If you could please be quiet, everyone. We'd like to get started with our meeting, opening at 6:30. I'm going to start with a land acknowledgement. The City of Medicine Hat acknowledges that we live and work on treaty territory. The city pays respect to all Indigenous peoples and honors their past, present, and future. We recognize and respect their cultural heritages and relations to the land. We'll now take a moment for prayer or reflection. All right, we can begin with the agenda. I just want to announce to the crowd, hello everyone, welcome. Just a couple of things that I think are important. I'll make another announcement for the public hearing, but just so you know, the acoustics in this room are very awkward. And so if you think you're up there whispering to your neighbor, it sounds down here like you're sitting next to us. So we've had various meetings where people have attended and they're whispering and they're trying to be quiet, but just the structure of this room really does amplify your voices. And it's particularly difficult for people along the end. I don't know why it's worse there, probably because we might be a bit more shielded here than on the corners. And so there's been times during public hearings or on other occasions where people have been talking or whispering or sort of having their opinion amongst themselves, where it's been hard for the councillors to hear who was speaking at the mic. So I just wanted to tell you, you've been told, I think, if you've been here before a couple of times by different councillors, that we need quiet, but the reason why is really the acoustics in this room are not set up for large crowds or any kind of crowd. Even if there's one person whispering, it sounds like they're right in our ear down here. So just so you know, I'll make a little more information before the public hearing, of course, but we've got other work to do before then. So first, we have the adoption of the previous council meeting minutes of June 16th and June 24th. Are there any objections to the minutes? Everyone's had a chance to review them? I don't see any objections, so we can adopt the minutes of the June 16th regular council meeting and I guess the June 24th council meeting as they are presented to us. And now the agenda. I did have one matter to discuss on the agenda, and that is in the closed session, we had a land matter that was referenced. We did not discuss that land matter in the closed meeting because it's on the open agenda. So in case anyone was wondering what we were talking about, not that. You'll hear us talk about it before you today. Could I have a motion for the adoption of the agenda?
I'll make that motion.
I'd like to add
Oh yes, I should have asked if anyone wanted to pull something. Sorry, Councillor McGrogan.
Yes, thank you. I did want to pull the Corporate Services Committee meeting minutes, which is 8.2.
All right, so we'll note that, 8.2. Anything else anyone wants to pull? I'm just going to be really clear that I'm not engaging with the public. We're here to do a job today. And so please do not, then you can usurp. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute adjournment immediately. All right, I'm calling the meeting back to order at 6:42. I'll give it another knock of the gavel for entertainment's sake. I'm going to speak as loudly into the mic as I can. It's our intention today to hear from as many people as possible because we agreed to have a non-statutory public hearing. This hearing is not required, but we are interested in hearing what everyone has to say. We can tell that you are passionate about this and you want us to listen to you. I can tell some of you are hot as well. Hopefully we'll see what we can do about heat up there. I will say that the mics or the speakers are as loud as they can get. We've confirmed that in the break. And so this is as good as it's going to get. And I am speaking as loudly as I can. But I'm going to now ask my fellow councillors to lean into the mic as I am and let's just do a mic check and make sure everyone can be heard. Councillor Van Dyke.
Testing, testing.
Looks good. How about you, Councillor?
No one will ever have a problem hearing me.
I agree with that.
Testing.
Sorry, Councillor Canoto.
That's okay. Keep going. Can you hear me?
I was going to get her to sing us a tune. How about you, Councillor?
I have no problem being heard either, thanks.
Testing, testing.
Test 1, 2.
Okay, so we're all going to lean in closer to the mics. So if you hear our P's and B's, I apologize. We're not spitting on you, but that's the way it goes. All right, so we were at the point where we were still talking about the agenda, and Councillor McGrogan, you wanted to pull something from the agenda to chat about.
I did. I wanted to pull, what did I say it was? 8.2.
Councillor McGrogan, your mic's off to the side a bit. Could you just lean in a little better? Thanks.
How's that? Yeah, I wanted to pull 8.2, and I also wanted to add an item to the agenda for just an update from City Manager.
All right. Where should we add that? Is it associated with other business?
Well, it's associated with our land and energy division. It's in relation to a notice of motion I put forward in relation to transformers. And I just want some clarity of the date that'll be coming back. So I don't really care when it comes up.
I wonder, because it came out of committee, if we could put it under committee business 11.2.
That would be great.
Okay. Any other changes to the agenda or anything anyone wants pulled for discussion? All right, could I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
Yes, or Councillor McGrogan, or Councillor Dumanowski, you wanted to add something to the agenda as well?
Yes, through the chair, I'd like to add ratification memorandum with IBEW.
Okay, so could we add that as 10.3, because that would be new business? Does that make sense, Madam Clerk? All right, last call, any other additions to the agenda? Seeing none, does somebody want to make a motion to approve the amendment as agended?
I'll make that motion.
All right, thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you very much. Let's vote on that simple matter. All right, and that carries. Are there any councillor announcements tonight? I don't see any, so that's great. I missed that earlier, I apologize. And now we can start with our public hearing. I'm going to read out just a few of the rules around the public hearing. We do have some people who have registered for speaking already, and we have received a number of written submissions, and then today we received more, and Madam Clerk is going to tell us all about those. But to start, I will just read the ground rules of the public hearing so you know how to be heard. So first of all, I'm the chair. Mayor Clark is on holiday, so this is why you're stuck with me. This is, as I mentioned, a non-statutory public hearing, so all verbal answers will be directed through me, but please don't shout at me. The purpose of this non-statutory public hearing is for council to hear and consider submissions from the public regarding the adoption of the Transportation Master Plan, Active Transportation Strategy, and Transportation Strategy. So first, we're going to ask administration to make a presentation, and then as elected officials, we're going to be able to ask questions for clarification. Then I'm going to ask the city clerk to read the notification report, And then I'm going to ask for verbal submissions for anyone affected by the proposed problem, which is, or proposed item, not problem, I guess maybe both today. The proposed item, either in person or online. We're going to deal with the in-person people first because you're here. So I'm going to deal with the participants in the gallery first and then follow by the people who are online. The in-person participants, if you've registered your name, then we're going to call your names in the order that you registered. If you are part of a group, you have 10 minutes. If you are registered as a group, I should say, and individuals have 5 minutes, there will be a clock that's ticking. And because of the number of people interested, and we'll make sure that we follow that timeline carefully. In past public hearings, it was clear that 5 minutes was lots of time to give good information to council and to get the sense. And if we have questions, it won't go against your 5 minutes. If you are attending virtually, just so those online, you have to use the raised hand feature. Your little yellow hand you can raise up, indicates your request to speak. The names of those who speak online will be submitted to me in the order that the hands were raised. All virtual participants, please stay muted until it is your turn to speak, and then I'll call your name and you're welcome to start. And you have to have your camera on so we can see your faces, and that's going to be for each round of the submissions. So there's going to be 3 rounds of submissions total. First, we will hear from those in support of the proposed item, and then in-person attendees will speak first, and then those virtually in support. Next, we'll hear from those opposed. Again, in-person first. If you've registered, that's great, and then we'll deal with people online. And finally, we'll hear submissions for anyone who feels they have not had a fair chance to speak. Online participants have to use raised hand function again. I think it stands for that. If, sorry. If you're referring to a written document or map, or if you've got something like that with you, please leave it with our administrative staff so it can form part of the record of what we considered, or you can also send it to the clerk at medicinehat.ca, and she will ensure that it's distributed. Ensure consistency and fairness. Again, the oral presentations are limited to 5 minutes. There's a countdown timer. It'll be visible on the scene. And at the end of 5 minutes, staff are authorized to deactivate microphones, but I will sort of give you a heads up first. If you're mid-sentence, we're going to let you finish the sentence. There's no debate or discussion amongst council, and no votes will be taken. Councillors will have an opportunity to ask questions of clarification from anyone who chooses to speak. Now, I'm going to say this, and it's going to be unpopular, but I feel like I need to say this for the sake of everyone who wants to speak today. We're not in a hockey arena. We are in a place where decisions are made for the citizens of Medicine today, future, and tomorrow. And I know that's why you're here, because you care about the city. I'm not saying you don't. Obviously you do. You wouldn't be here on a lovely evening. When you clap in this, after hearing someone that you agree with, when you clap, this is what happened the last time we had a public hearing. I was taking notes of what people said so I could think about what they said after they were finished. Every time there was clapping, I raised my head, as one does, to see who was clapping and what was going on, because the noise distracted me. So even the people who were clapping for the person they were supporting were distracting me from taking notes of the person they were supporting. It is, again, it's not a hockey arena here. We're trying to make decisions, and we're trying to make sure everyone's heard, and the clapping is extremely distracting. And the other thing about it is, if you're clapping for someone and there's someone in the audience who's not a public speaker but has something passionate to say about the subject and maybe disagrees with the person you're clapping for, they are less likely to come forward and say their piece, and they are entitled to that. So I want to make sure you know I'm not asking you not to clap, because you know what, if you like what someone said, high five them quietly, give them a thumbs up, smile at them, let them know you like what they have to say. But clapping makes it extremely difficult to do the work, and it may discourage other people from expressing their points of view. So again, I'm not trying to be difficult, I'm just telling you that we need to have some responsibility in this room to make sure we hear both sides of every story and not just listen to one and not another. And we certainly have been reviewing what we've been sent. I will say that we received many more emails today, but many of them I received while we were in a meeting. And so I'm not sure what the intention is for any other counselor, but I would think, based on the fact that we have received information while in a meeting, that we're likely to adjourn the decision and the discussion of the decision so we can contemplate what you've said today and read the additional things that were sent to us online via email today. So we'll talk all about how that might work. I'm the chair. I can't make that motion, so I leave it up to my fellow councillors and to see if anyone wishes to do that at the end of the non-statutory public hearing. Okay, having said all that, we can begin first with administration. If you could, City Manager, if you want to introduce our presenter today.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to introduce Acting Managing Director Stan Nowakowski. This presentation has been forwarded at Committee of the Whole, and we're bringing it forward again to make sure that we can give the public all the background on the Transportation Master Plan before the comments and the decisions are made. So we look forward to hearing from you, Stan. Go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you, and thank you,
Sorry,
Council.
Acting Manager Director Nowakowski, your microphone was not on, so we couldn't hear a bit of that.
Testing? Perfect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this item today. Joining me, we have Municipal Works Engineering Manager Sandeep Parikh, as well as Municipal Works Planning Engineer John Ashton. We have previously completed detailed presentations at the April 17th D&I Committee, as well as April 28th Council Committee of the Whole. Today, we'll do a brief summary to reintroduce the item and also to clarify some misinformation that's in the community. I'll start with some background on why we need a transportation master plan. The Alberta Municipal Government Act stipulates that every municipality must adopt a municipal development plan through an MDP bylaw. The MyMH Master Plan is Medicine Hat's MDP. It's a comprehensive planning document with a 30-year outlook, setting strong and visionary policies to help create a more prosperous, livable, and sustainable community. MyMH was developed through extensive public feedback and with Council's goals and vision as its foundation. Stepping back into the Municipal Government Act, the MGA also stipulates that a municipal development plan must address a transportation system for the municipality. Municipalities do this through transportation master plans, which are based on their MDP principles and policies, various bylaws, including the land use bylaw, area structure plans, and area redevelopment plans. Consideration is also given to levels of service, economic development factors, physical, environmental constraints, and also aspects of the Alberta Traffic Safety Act. Emerging out of the TMP is what we're discussing today, a road network strategy, active transportation strategy, and transportation safety strategy. Asset management planning, transportation bylaws, as well as various policies, procedures, standards, and guidelines like our municipal servicing standards are also added results of the TMP. A transportation master plan is a high-level aspirational strategic document that guides policies, programs, and future funding decisions. It is a planning tool to create a safe and equitable environment for all users and modes of transportation. The key words here are safe and equitable. Everyone wants to feel safe and have equitable opportunities to travel in the manner they wish, no matter where they are traveling. Technology is evolving at a rapid pace. As recently as 2013, when the previous roadway system master plan was developed, it was a different world. For example, previous versions of the plan concentrated mainly on vehicle traffic. We are now seeing new forms of transportation that were not even contemplated several years ago. We have all seen e-scooters and e-bikes on our trails. Riding an e-bike makes hills feel flatter and distances seem shorter. With the added boost, destinations once considered far away or difficult to climb are more accessible and enjoyable. E-bikes have opened a whole new world for the public, not just young cyclists, but our older generations are also seen riding throughout the city, enjoying everything it has to offer. I mention this because we live in a world that is constantly changing, and this TMP offers opportunities to meet the needs of our evolving community, which includes providing a safe and equitable environment for all residents. To be clear, this will involve changes to our built environment, where roads strictly focused on vehicle-only traffic before may need to evolve and adapt to the current and future needs of all users. What else is a TMP? Simply stated, it is transportation planning for the future, projecting out to 2050 or the 80,000 population horizon. As the city grows, we will use the TMP to expand our transportation network to suit the needs of the community. For example, as the far southwest Cimarron area develops, we've identified the general location and staging of the arterial road that will serve the south side of the city. To reiterate, the TMP and strategies are aligned with previous and current council foresight. This is truly City Council's vision come to life. The TMP is not an approval of a project schedule, nor is it a budget commitment. Project development and implementation processes are operational activities independent of the TMP. The TMP is not a site or corridor-specific detailed design document. Each transportation corridor is different, with detailed design being based on the area context and consideration given to surrounding land use, whether it's residential or commercial. For example, traffic or pedestrian safety concerns, speeding, pedestrian crossings, on-street parking, vehicle and multimodal traffic volumes, and other factors. What works for one road may not work for a different road. Further to this point, I mentioned in the last slide that the TMP will provide equitable opportunities for all modes of transport. This does not mean that each and every road in the city will be built the same. For example, active transportation corridors will be installed at strategic locations where they are needed to close the gaps in the network, not everywhere. Corner bulbs or traffic calming would also be considered where needed, not at every intersection or along every road. Specific capital project deliveries are operational activities and are created after a project receives budget approval. Project delivery includes establishing a scope based on key objectives, data gathering, and developing conceptual design options. We then share the recommended conceptual design with stakeholders and the public. The design team takes into consideration all feedback and makes changes where feasible to finalize the conceptual design prior to developing detailed design that are used for tendering and construction. An example of this process is the South Railway Rehab Project from several years ago. Staff took 2 years and worked through several design iterations with the various stakeholders and finalized a design that worked for all users while meeting key project objectives. It should be noted that this hearing is for the TMP and not for any specific project or transportation corridor design. With that said, I'd like to address a couple of issues related to the specific corridors that have been inaccurately linked with this TMP public hearing. Firstly, the city has received numerous emails from the public regarding our recently presented conceptual design for the Riverside Corridor project. This is where we asked, what do you like and what do you not like about the concept? We continue to listen to the public regarding their design concerns, and staff are working diligently to address the concerns. For example, we heard that a roundabout was not desirable. Staff listened. It will be removed from future designs. We heard that corner bulbs were not needed. They are needed to enhance pedestrian safety. However, they will be at strategic locations only, not at every corner. Corner radii will be rechecked to ensure design vehicles will be able to make the turns. We heard that the road will be narrowed and parking lanes will be lost. The number of travel lanes and parking lanes will remain as they are now. The lane widths will be built to current standards and comparable to other similar roads in the city. The city encourages anyone interested in the Riverside project to visit the city's Riverside Corridor Shape Your City webpage to get current project information and to share their views as we work through the design process. I would also like to inform everyone that additional open house and engagement opportunities specifically for this project are planned in the coming months, where the design will be presented to demonstrate how the previously received feedback shaped the revised design. These additional engagement opportunities will further provide venues to optimize the design and meet expectations while aligning with the project's objectives. Secondly, I'd like to clarify some inaccurate information that is out in the public relating to the Kingsway corridor. Kingsway is a road that is nearing the end of its life cycle and will soon need rehabilitation. However, the project is not part of the current budget and will be revisited during the 27-28 business cycle at the earliest. The city does not have a current plan to reduce the road width or number of lanes. The Kingsway design misinformation may have originated from a conceptual design that was done several years ago during the pandemic as part of an application for federal active transportation stimulus grant funding. That grant funding application was not successful and the concept was shelved. Just a little bit about the engagement overview. So this slide basically shows what stakeholder and public engagement was completed as part of the TMP. This was part of the original presentation, so you've all seen this before. I'd like to conclude this summary with just saying this TMP is the high-level aspirational strategic document that will guide our future policies, programs, and funding decisions. Fundamentally, it will be our roadmap to the future that serves all Medicine Hatters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Managing Director Nowakowski, for your information and for clarification on 3rd Street and Kingsway. I think I'm just seeing if anyone else has any questions at this time for any clarifying questions. Councillor Knodel, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Robin. Through the chair, I'm just curious, there's a lot of people in the community that are concerned about the concept of a 15-minute city. There's a lot of skepticism and concern that that is the ultimate goal of this document. So I'm just wondering if you can allude to how, what the ultimate goal is, if there's relevance to that in your perspective, or if that's kind of a more not fact-based concept.
Through the chair, I don't believe that there is any basis to the 15-minute city for Medicine Hat. The goal of this TMP is to provide an overarching document for our transportation network. It's not a 15-minute city document at all.
Thank you.
If I could ask people to please be quiet so we could hear the answer to the question. I thank you for asking that, Councillor Knodel, and many of the emails we received did reference that, and I remember a long time ago, Councillor Sharp's talking about 15-minute cities, and when people in the public kept saying, oh, that's what this council is doing, I had to Google it because that wasn't any part of our strategic discussion. And so I remember when Councillor Sharps brought it up as well, but we do see that repeated a fair bit. So thank you for clarifying. That's not something that this council has asked you to do, nor are you doing yourself. Councillor Sharps, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I did have a question. I asked it in D&I meeting on Thursday, but I'll ask it for clarity's sake. As we're going through the different road structures, one of the questions I asked was, we were talking about narrowing of the roads. And as we're talking about narrowing of the roads, the comment back from administration was, no, we're just going to bring them back up to standards. So my question back, because I need to always make it very simple for myself, if we go down 3rd Street, for example, and it's exactly 8 meters, and to bring it up to current standards, would it still be 8 meters or would it be 7 meters? And I'm using rough numbers here, I'm just playing with the numbers. The answer was it might be 7 meters. So that's where I think the miscommunication comes in. So when you tell me that it's not going to be narrow and then I come in and it's narrow, I feel like maybe I've been possibly misled. So I'm wondering if we could be really clear about what those standards are going forward. So when we say we're going to do a road improvement, say, by the way, the new road measurements are this, and here's why. So it's incredibly clear. There's nobody in the room, including myself, should have to be a civil engineer. We just want to know. And I know that it's hard from an administration point of view. You're just trying to get the information out. But I'm wondering if we could give that level of, it's not even detail, it's just understand. Yes, we're fixing your potholes, because I think it was a really good conversation we were having about division and how that right lane was known as a parking lane. Well, I have driven division from Vista to downtown for probably 26 years, and I can tell you, I have driven that side lane. I had no idea it was parking, and I don't know that anybody used it as parking. So I think the community that drives these roads as a routine don't always see the same thing administration sees. So I guess I'm asking is, how do you see that being fixed in the future? So to me, a lane was taken away. To you, it wasn't.
Through the chair, I think one thing we learned from division is to provide more information during our design and conceptual process. And we started doing that with 3rd Street, with the Riverside Corridor, where we showed here is what the cross-section is going to look like. Your travel lanes are going to be this wide. Your parking lanes are going to be this wide. Your multi-use trail is over here. So I don't know if that answers your question, but the information sharing, the improved information sharing is something that we learned from division.
I appreciate that. I guess I'm just asking, and I probably wasn't very clear, but can we be really clear? Is it possible to be incredibly specific and say this new design with the increased standards will lower? So if we're, like I said, going from 8 meters to 7 meters, it's hard to get people to tell you what they think in a municipal mingle if they don't know what's actually happening. So I think if we're clear and say, look, this is what the street's going to be like, there's still lots of room for both vehicles, there's lots of room for bikes. I don't think anybody in the room is against active transportation. I think people are upset over possibly extended paths of concrete is probably the issue. So I'm wondering if we could just be, is it possible to be that specific and say it'll be shortened by 6 inches on each side to meet the new engineering standards of 2025?
Through the chair, yes, we could show that. Yeah.
Thank you.
I will add one thing, though.
Sure.
One of the challenges that we face with our older roads is they were built many years ago, many years ago,
yeah,
to a different standard. And those standards create traffic issues. Wider roads are, they induce speeding behaviors in drivers. So
okay.
I asked, and I've been very respectful of all of you, and I want to hear from you, and I don't want you to be here till 11 o'clock for me to do it. Everyone who wants to be heard will be heard, but I need to finish so that council can ask this member of the administration staff her respectful questions, and so she can hear his answers. So please, this is not the environment that you think it is. Please just let us hear the answers to the question. If you have something to say, we're also going to listen to you. But it's not helpful. Managing Director Nowakowski is doing his job as he has been instructed to do it, and we want to respectfully listen to his answers. So please keep your thoughts to yourself. If you want to say something to us, add your name to the speaker list. When I call who hasn't been heard and doesn't feel they've been heard, feel free to stand up and say something then. Thank you. Do you have anything else, Councillor
Yes,
Sharps?
thank you. Thank you, Acting Managing Director Nowakowski. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to get clarity around my own head when I have conversations with citizens, so I can be really clear and send them to this, or I can look at it myself. I mean, I go to the municipal mingles because I want to know. And I want to see it from a citizen perspective, so I go into these as a person that walks their dogs, and I'm on the multi-use trails, and I want to know where the dog parks are going to be, and I want to know, so I come as a citizen with the citizen head on. When I'm here, I do my council head, but I come to these to ask those questions and find out. So I did find it a little bit more difficult, but if all this learning has come forth from that, I think that's a step in the positive direction, so I look forward to the next mingle.
Thank you, Councillor Sharps. Councillor McGrogan.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, I put my name up just before she asked her follow-up question in relation to the road widths. I think one of the largest concerns that I heard have been the widths of the actual travel lanes. Not so much the parking lanes, that kind of thing. It's like the travel lanes have been, they seem to have been narrowed on division. I completely respect the fact that we're not being prescriptive in this plan, but I wonder if there's room for some prescriptiveness around the comment that you made around narrowing of roads. If there's a standard out there that, I guess, I don't know where it would be, but you would, that says the roads need to be narrower to slow people down. So I guess I'm kind of wondering if we could be prescriptive in the master plan in relation to that, and then secondarily, what are the other methods for traffic calming? So we could four-way stops. I mean, I'd be curious what you think of other opportunities to slow traffic down if that's a concern, rather than narrowing it and making it difficult for vehicles to turn on and off. I'm just curious what you'd say to that.
I can start, and I'll ask Manager Sandy Parikh to help me here. Each road is different. So there are certain traffic calming measures that may work on one road, but not on another. Speed humps are one that may work in certain areas, but not on a road like this. Typically what you do to influence driver behavior is change that built environment. So that includes things like putting in not narrower lanes, but built to the specific standard of the day.
Point of order. May I?
There are other traffic calming measures like corner bulb outs that help. It's a visual, changing the visual as a driver goes along will slow a driver down.
Do you have a point of order?
I just wanted to, if you would entertain the concept, say that I understand that people are frustrated about what's happening in our community. And I feel that in the room with your claps and comments and the way that you're showing up tonight. I feel that, okay? But these are human beings around this table too. We're here to do this work. I'm serious. I really am not trying to say that what you feel is wrong, okay? Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Conoto. I think that's enough of that kind of response. Your point of order is taken. And as a chair, that's my ruling, that your point of order is taken. Councillor McGrogan, did you have anything further you wish to ask?
Madam Chair, yes. So then I guess just back specifically to the narrowing of roads. Will that specifically be in the traffic master plan? I know you've said that all roads are different, so we can't, but if you were to articulate that the trend is the narrowing of roads, and I think people could say, hey, wait a minute, we disagree, and I'm looking around thinking there's probably some of that. And then what is the recourse? If, let's say, I know we've done public engagement, we have it right now, and we're seeing that, people may not agree with narrowing of roads. Do we listen to them, or do we just say, no, it's what's best for everybody, we narrow the roads? Like, how do you balance those things off? I'm just curious what you'd say to that, because ultimately, you're the decision maker.
Through the chair, I think we have to step back to what we're actually here for today, and it's the Transportation Master Plan, which is the overarching document. Design details that you're talking about, road widths, corner bulb outs, roundabouts, all those features, that comes at the detailed design stage. So that's outside of the Transportation Master Plan. We are also bringing forward a transportation safety strategy that will come up with the various policies and procedures to help us design what's actually needed to deal with a particular safety issue. If it's speeding, it may be one thing at this road, it may be a different thing at this road. If it's pedestrian safety, maybe corner bulb outs at this particular location, it may be a rapid flasher crosswalk. So that comes out of the transportation safety strategy. Those types of policies that we will use to figure out what's needed at a particular location.
Thank you, Councillor Hyder.
Thank you, and through the chair. Managing Director Nowakowski, just a few questions. You spoke briefly about Kingsway Avenue, which is, of course, been a hot topic. You gave us a year of 2027, 2028. But I just want to make sure I'm hearing this, because along Kingsway, as all of us have known, are a lot of businesses that rely on goods and services, trucks to come in, distribute their wares and goods. And I'm just concerned about, I just hope that if we were to do something, that we would repair Kingsway and that we communicate that with our citizens, rather than, obviously, there's a fear that we are going to lose some roadway. And just to clarify with you, there won't be any sort of drastic plan for, have we learned anything maybe from Division Avenue? Can I ask you that?
Through the chair, Division Avenue and Kingsway, it's like apples and oranges.
Yeah, I understand that, Stan, but what I'm saying is living up on Division Avenue, living up on the hill, have we learned anything from citizens? Have we heard anything from the community up there, how their traffic, how they are mitigating through the streets now?
Through the chair, we've heard from the community during the construction of Division Avenue, and we've taken those learnings and we're bringing them forward to the Riverside project.
So will we be able to have trucks, semi-trucks, and coming down 3rd Street Northwest to possibly deliver to shops and services along 3rd Street, as well as Kingsway, where there is tons of businesses and things down there. I don't want to inhibit our city from growing and being a place where we can have businesses here and growth. I don't want to, I appreciate that people like to bike, and we have 147 kilometers of trail. But I hope that when we take into account these dreams and these fancy roadways, that we really think about the city of Medicine Hat and not something we aspire to be.
Any other councillors wish to speak or have any questions? I have one, but I'll certainly, if anyone else wants to go first. I did have a question, Managing Director Nowakowski, about the road improvement section. I think some of the emails that I've received and reviewed before today, and maybe the reason some people are here today is one of the diagrams, and I think it was on slide 3 of your presentation, if I'm not mistaken. So is it possible to get slide 3 back up? Maybe not. Anyway, yes, right. So it's very hard to see. I can see it on my computer screen. I had to zoom in because I'm old. But the on the bottom right-hand side in this map from the Transportation Master Plan, now I know that we're not talking about specific projects and that this is like an umbrella document, and then the individual things, as you said, different roads require different things. And I think part of the concern is in this road improvement project section, it identifies 3rd Street Northwest with that black red line as reduced road width, and identifies Kingsway in the same way. So while the projects are going to be what they're going to be, this is part of the master plan, this diagram. Is that, am I getting that right?
Through the chair, yes, it is.
Okay. And so when you're doing consultation on this, this is my question. So let's say you're doing a Kingsway consultation, and through your design plan, you realize narrowing the road is a bad idea. We would need to leave it like it is and repair it and make some bulb outs to make some of the crosswalks a little bit safer, if that's the decision that's made in the future. And then you get public consultation and public says, oh, that's great, you've done a wonderful job, that's exactly what we need on Kingsway. If it's not narrowing the roads, does it conflict with the master plan? Because the master plan map has that area designated to be narrower. And my questions, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot, I only sort of came to this earlier today, or I would have asked you earlier about a little bit more about that when we had our presentation in April. Is it possible to change this map to say these will be improved, but how they'll be improved is not going to be determined until you get to the project? Because this sort of assumes that a narrowing will happen. And if you say, you know what, that's not the best thing for Kingsway, are you going to be able to present to a future council, not us, that that road should not be narrowed without having to change the transportation master plan?
Through the chair, yes, we'll be able to, because that takes it into the design stage of a project. So this was conceptual at this point, high level, very high level mapping. Once that project comes forward, typically what we'll do is we'll present it to council and we'll say Kingsway Road Rehab project will include 4 lanes of traffic, a multi-use trail, or whatever other components that are included in that corridor.
So would it be harmful to remove those 2 designations from this map in the plan?
Yeah, we could.
So we could
Yes.
remove those and then say it's not designated to be anything until there's public consultation and further design work and more consultation and further design work. Okay. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. That's the only question I had about your presentation. Anything arising from any of that for anyone else? All right. Well, thank you very much. Stick around. I'm sure there'll be future questions coming your way. City Clerk, if you could please provide the notification report.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Public notice on the Transportation Master Plan, Active Transportation Strategy, and Transportation Safety Strategy were published in the Medicine Hat News on the following Saturdays, June 14th, 21st, and Saturday, the 28th. 111 submissions were received, 4 in support, 86 in opposition, and there was also 21 late submissions as of today at 2:30.
All right, and we've received a few of those today, but not all of them?
Yeah, the 21.
Sorry, so I think that there were some available, so we have 21 additional submissions, and then whoever emailed after 2.
They're not included.
They're not included, okay.
2:30.
All right. So here's the question to council. We have next a motion to approve, consider these late submissions. What would we like to do with the ones that were emailed after 2?
I would like to make a motion to include all submissions, please.
including the ones, I just want to clarify for the sake
Yeah.
of the record.
You know, I think that everybody's taking the time to do it. If it's no hardship to administration, I think they should be included into this, all submissions.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Any commentary about that? I'm just going to ask to make sure that the clerk's office working over there got that. Can I just ask the city clerk, the ones that were received by us after 2 o'clock, if you're not copied on them, shall we send them to you and you can add them to the record?
Yes, please.
Okay, good. She says yes, please. So we will do that, or one of us will do it, or maybe all of us will do it. You get a lot of emails from us today. Okay, any further discussion on that? All right, let's vote. We're trying to vote there. Okay, now we're good. All right, and that carries. So all of those submissions will form part of the record. I will just give, again, a bit of a warning is that because they've come in late, there wasn't the same opportunity to review them before the hearing. So that's just something as we proceed to consider. I will just say that in reviewing the submissions, I did notice some themes that persisted throughout them. So we're going to invite speakers to speak, but for the themes that sort of came out of these notification documents, I may have some questions for you, Managing Director Nowakowski. Just, we may hear it now from somebody who comes forward, but if it's reflected in other things, I think you should know that as well. Okay. So now we're going to invite speakers who wish to speak in support. And I will once again say that everyone is entitled to what they have to say. And if you disagree, you can express it to your loved ones another day, but not to the person who's taken the time and energy to come speak today. Again, last public hearing, it was incredibly distracting and did sort of affect the notes that I took. I'm not taking notes today because I'm the chair. I'll have to watch it afterwards to make sure I grasp what everyone has to say. But I'm going to invite the speakers in support first. That is the tradition, is those in support first. So if you're in the gallery, please come to the podium if your name is called. State your first and last name. And they've already written it down, so they don't need to write it again. Okay. And if you're online, you could go ahead and raise your hand if you are in support of the Transportation Master Plan. But City Clerk, shall I just call the first name on the list? I have Carter Gramlich, who is speaking on behalf of Bike Medicine Hat. And again, because he is speaking on behalf of a group, his timer will be set at 10 minutes.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm going to ask you, as well as us, to just snuggle right on up to that mic so everyone can hear what you have to say.
Carter Gramlich. Good evening. It is fitting that we hold this public hearing on National Injury Prevention Day, a day to reflect on how we can all make safer choices and protect those we care about. Bike Medicine Hat's mission is to create a community where cyclists of all ages and abilities can cycle safely, efficiently, and comfortably to wherever their destination happens to be. I am here today representing the 300 members who share this mission. We support the Transportation Master Plan and the Transportation Safety and Active Transportation Strategies. These documents are aligned with the Municipal Development Plan and have been prepared as a roadmap to help guide our future transportation decisions. There are many reasons why cities are choosing to invest in active transportation and transportation safety: health, safety, livability, affordability, and environment, to name a few. While driving may feel safe for someone sitting inside a vehicle, it is statistically the most dangerous thing people do on a daily basis. Traditional North American road design works well to get people to their destination as long as nobody makes a mistake. Unfortunately, people will inevitably make mistakes that can lead to crashes. A transportation system should be designed to account for certain types of mistakes and either prevent a crash from occurring or reduce the likelihood of a severe outcome. We are pleased to see the transportation safety strategy embracing the Vision Zero and safe systems approach. In 2023, there were 1,329 collisions on Medicine Hat roadways, including 1 fatality, 168 injuries, 13 collisions involving a person riding a bike, and 15 collisions involving a person walking. When people say our roads are fine the way they are either unaware of the amount of collisions and injuries that are occurring, or they are unaware that it is possible to reduce these numbers by improving the road design. Page 8 of the Transportation Safety Strategy estimates the societal cost of collisions in Medicine Hat to be $34 million per year. We know higher speeds lead to more crashes and a greater chance of injury or death, regardless of what causes the crash. A small change in speed makes a big difference in a driver's ability to react and stop in time to avoid a crash or severe outcome, especially when people riding bikes or walking are involved. Medicine Hat's 50-kilometer-an-hour speed limit on residential streets is higher than many Alberta cities. Most have moved to 40 kilometers per hour, with some being 30. If a person is hit by a vehicle traveling 50 kilometers per hour, there is only a 15% chance they will survive. A person hit by a vehicle traveling at 30 kilometers an hour has a 90% chance of survival. The Transportation Safety Strategy includes an action item to pilot reduced speed limits in some residential neighborhoods. For many years, Medicine Hat has relied on the use of photo radar to discourage speeding on our roads. Recent changes by the Government of Alberta has removed our ability to use photo radar in most locations. The government's message is that if speed is a problem in a specific location, physical changes should be made to that location to encourage people to drive the appropriate speed rather than just issuing photo radar tickets. We know that cars are and will continue to be the primary transportation mode in Medicine Hat. However, our roads should be designed for people and not just for cars. It is important to recognize that about a third of the population does not drive. This includes those who are too young to drive, too old to drive, aren't physically able to drive, or can't afford to drive. Page 18 of the Transportation Master Plan provides statistics on people who use commuting as their main mode of travel to work. These numbers are used as a reference point with data available, but do not provide an accurate representation of the number of people using active transportation for any other purpose besides commuting to work. It also doesn't capture those who choose active modes of transportation at least some of the time in addition to their main mode of commuting. Even people who don't consider themselves to be supporters of active transportation would agree that there are more and more people, including seniors, using e-bikes and other electric mobility devices to move around. They would also likely agree that if more people chose active transportation, they would have to deal with less cars on their road, and it might be easier for them to find parking spots. Ironically, there are also drivers who don't want people riding bikes on their road, but also don't want the city to provide safe, protected infrastructure for them to ride on. Our city has a culture of auto-dependency that has shaped our beliefs and perspectives. If our experience on the roads is solely through a windshield, it may feel at times like there's a lot of traffic and everyone drives. I can understand how a roadway design which promotes equity amongst travel modes by improving conditions for people outside of vehicles can feel unfair to motorists who have been accustomed to roadways that were designed only for them. People's needs also change over time. Someone who has no intention of using active transportation today may find themselves using a mobility device to maintain independence as they move around their neighborhood in their later years. Spending time commuting through the city by bicycle offers a perspective that you don't get while driving or walking. Most people riding bikes to get somewhere will travel using the route that offers the most convenience, directness, and safety. Oftentimes, the most direct route isn't the safest route, and you need to decide how far out of the way you are willing to go to feel safe. There are significant gaps in our current cycling network that need to be addressed in order to make riding bikes for transportation safer and more accessible. The proposed cycling and trail network in the active transportation strategy identifies proposed cycling routes to help fill the current gaps. There are also many sidewalk gaps in our city, and the active transportation strategy identifies these and groups them by priority. We live in Canada's sunniest city and have mild winters. Not every day is a great day for riding a bike, but with proper gear and safe routes, it is possible to bike year-round. Fair weather riders might park their bikes for just a few months each year. Like many people who support active transportation, I also drive a vehicle. I actually use a vehicle for most trips, including commuting to work, running kids to activities, and picking up groceries. Driving a vehicle offers a good vantage point to see some of the risky driving behaviors occurring on our roads, including speeding and distracted driving. People's opinions about whether a street design is good or bad will differ based upon their experience using the road. Do they use that road only to pass through? Do they live along that road? Do their kids walk to school nearby? We want to help promote a culture where people value improving safety and reducing risk for residents they don't know over getting where they want to go a few seconds faster. Making our streets safer for all residents will take time and willpower, but it can be done. We hope you agree, and we'll start by approving the plans before you.
No, I very clearly said no clapping. It does make it difficult for other speakers to be willing to stand up if they feel like their perspective is not going to be welcomed. So thank you very much, Mr. Gramlich, for your presentation and your words today. I'm just going to see if any of the councillors have any questions for you. Councillor Hirsch.
Sorry, through the chair to Mr. Gramlich. Thanks for your presentation. Just a question, and this is honest, I'm pretty straightforward guy. I just need to understand when you talk about your decision between the efficient way to get from point A to point B on a bike and do it safely. Knowing that you're in the midst of vehicles, one might, maybe if I'm a bike driver, I'd go maybe one block over where it's a bit more calmer. Is that something that in your determination to say it done safely, and I'm thinking about Division Avenue, which in my mind was an arterial road, where you would go over to on 8th, 7th, 6th, where you could go one block over, where it is more residential. I don't even know what the traffic count would be there on a daily basis. I guess my question is that somewhat of a possibility? Because the challenge that you speak to is in some ways the speed, and there's certainly some bad actors out there, some bad drivers, but I guess I'm kind of convinced that despite whatever speed limit that's going to be, those bad actors will still be out there. Having said that, that's another discussion for another day, but I just maybe you just want your feedback in regards to what I'm just thinking as far as common sense and that sort of thing, just from a total safety perspective, just what's your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. So I will, in the morning on my way to work, I got to get there on time. I'm taking a more direct route. It's less traffic on the roads. The cars that are on the road are driving faster because the road is wide open and there's no other cars to help slow them down. But there's less vehicles on the road, so it feels a little bit safer. So I'll take the road. On the way home from work, it's busy. I'll take the trail. So going like a block over, if there's like a better route, a block over, 100%, we're going to take it. Somebody riding a bike, if there was a proposal to put a trail along Maple Avenue, there's a lot of vehicles. It's not a great environment. Like it would be better, of course, in another spot. Now you wouldn't want to put it in a spot where there's a stop sign every street, and then the people are going to go, well, that's going to take longer again. When the comments for the transportation master plan were being, the comment period was, I don't know, earlier this spring. A comment I had made was about a possibly Allowance Avenue or something in the flats. I thought, geez, that road might be that route might be better a block over. That was a comment that I had on that. So absolutely, and I think even if the master plan was to say this road, staff might look at it and look at it and propose a better route. If people say that 3rd Street isn't the right road for this trail, I don't think there's a problem with reevaluating and looking at a better route. But if there is a safe, protected route, I'll go a couple blocks for sure to get onto that rather than put up with traffic.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharps.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for all your emails. They are very informative, and I mean that. I find them very beneficial, but if you recall one of the emails I responded to you, and I sent you a video of something, and how do you say, and so just so everybody knows, I was walking down behind, I don't know, so I think it's Vista, Samus 7 area where I usually walk, and what kind of a bike would you say that was, Carter, that I sent you a video of?
An electric dirt bike.
An electric dirt bike, okay. So I don't bike. I mean, I love the bikers on our street. I wear bone conduction headset so I can hear people. Most of the people, we all see the same people every day, so everybody rings their bell. So we all get along, it's all great. But now as these bikes, to your point, technology is increasing, that guy went whipping by me at, I don't know, 50, 60 on a walking path. So when you talk about risky driving, I guess my question, and this isn't a dig, it's a real actual question. Carter, how do you see us balancing risky drivers in vehicles and risky drivers on their motorbikes? Because as I'm walking, my dogs are on a waist leash, and all of a sudden one of them goes ding, right? And so the next thing you know, he's just about hit because this guy was going Mach 10. So how do we balance this when we're talking about safety? Because it's not just one group that we're looking at the safety for, it's all, right? What do you suggest? How do we look at this?
So I know that Parks is working on a bylaw, a new Parks bylaw that would provide some regulations for the types of vehicles that can be on, or the types of electric bicycles that can be on trails. Right now, the types of and the speeds of these things are ever changing, but a legal limit for electric bikes in Canada is 32 kilometers per hour. Like but people can add kits and they can buy whatever to turn it up. But the device that you're talking about is an off-road vehicle, and we wouldn't support somebody riding that bike on a trail, and certainly not with the speed that you explained. The recommended speed on trails is 20 kilometers an hour. Like that's just kind of the guideline, but obviously there's no enforcement out there doing that. People on a regular bike could go faster than 32 kilometers an hour if they have strong legs, whatever, but e-bikes are, legal e-bikes should be regulated to 32 kilometers per hour. And sorry, to your second point, education on the trail network, signage, share the trail, center line on some trails helps people to stick to your side. Where it's really busy, a wider trail, or having a trail in larger centers, you see that here's the path for bicycles and scooters, and here's the path for walking.
No, I actually agree. I would like to see, as we're building active transportation, that we build this safety system inside of it, to build or come up with bylaws after the fact. Like when I'm walking at 6 o'clock in the morning, there's no bylaw officers around, and meanwhile I'm nose diving into the ditch. So signage would be great to say, if you're on a bike that's going 50K, get on the road. So it would be helpful. I just think that just as much as there's drivers that go fast, there's bikers that go fast, and we got to figure this out together, and hopefully we can do that together and work together. I am so not opposed to bikers at all. I would just like to see, to your point, and I think you and I have had this conversation on an email, where it's always Division Avenue that starts the conversation. I've actually never heard somebody upset over Division Avenue's bike path. They're upset over the 10 feet of concrete on either side. So I just want to caution everybody thinking that I don't think anybody's upset with bikers or not wanting a safe space for their kids, their grandkids, their neighbors to ride their bike. Just maybe instead of 10 feet, we could have looked at 2.5 feet and kept the road. So I think that comes back to council and administration to maybe work together better to come up with that direction. Because obviously there's a better middle ground. But I do think that we all need to work together for safety, because it's not pretty watching me nosedive into a ditch either, I can assure you. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharps. Any other questions, comments for Mr. Garlick? I don't see any, so thank you very much. I think you're on our speakers list again. Is that correct? Okay, we'll take you off. I was wondering if you're going to speak for, well, actually, sorry, I did have a question for you. The members of Bike Medicine Hat, are they mostly like recreational bikers or commuters for work? Or sort of a mix?
It's a mix, yeah. It's wide open to anybody. Anybody here who's interested in what we're doing and wants to keep in touch with us can become a member. It's free, but we've got all sorts, parents, grandparents, kids, whatever.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much for speaking for them today. And thank you to everyone for listening. Whether you share Mr. Gramlich's point of view, you did listen, and I really appreciate that. So moving on, again, in the 4 category, we have Shelley Atchison. I may be butchering your last name, I hope not.
And it's this mic?
It's,
Hello.
yeah, that's, you sound great.
Excellent.
So if you could just state your first and last name.
You bet. So my name is Shelley Atchison.
Thank you.
All right. And today I'm speaking today in support of the City of Medicine Hat's transportation plan. I'm in favor of quiet streets, safe streets that prioritize safety of people. I love to ride my bike for recreation and exercise, but I also drive a car. There is no need to be exclusively one or the other. What we do need is safe, connected, convenient, accessible means for people of all ages and abilities to navigate their way, whichever way they choose. The city has done an amazing job in adding multi-use trails throughout our neighborhoods, but more can be done towards direct commuting. Some people just want to get from point A to point B without negotiating the dog walkers, lovers holding hands, low-lying branches, family friends out for a stroll. By shaving a foot off each lane of traffic, a dedicated protected lane could be incorporated into Kingsway Avenue for commuters. What some consider progress and forward thinking, other cities and countries have been embracing for decades. I have ridden in several other cities, including Chicago, and have felt safer there than riding in some streets in Medicine Hat. This is why I support upgrading existing roads and designing future roads with active transportation in mind to simply keep people safe. Dedicated, protected lanes save lives. On many occasions, I have been riding my bike in the so-called bike lane on College Drive, which consists of some faded white paint, when either unintentionally or maybe even sometimes intentionally, a vehicle has drifted within inches from me. I have a 78-year-old brother-in-law who has had a stroke. He enjoys taking his electric trike down to the Viner Center from his home in Northeast Crescent Heights. His direct route is down El Tawana or Parkview Drive on a sidewalk, which is illegal, but clearly the only safe option. He should not have to add a half hour to his route to navigate first through Police Point Park. I am an advocate for traffic calming measures. The majority of drivers in our city consistently drive 5 to 10 kilometers over the posted speed limit. On a street such as 3rd Street North with no stop signs along the way, I'm betting that number even creeps up to 15K over limit. On numerous occasions, I've been riding in Ross Glen Drive when a vehicle has buzzed by me clearly over the limit and often not adhering to the 1 meter passing distance. A 40-kilometer speed limit in residential areas would be a wonderful solution. Including active transportation will encourage more people to relocate to our city. Families and seniors move to places that embrace active living and safe environments. The seniors that I associate with are extremely active and want to play in safe spaces. Active transportation promotes positive socialization with people greeting with a wave or a friendly hello in passing versus the isolation of driving in a vehicle. I will conclude in saying that I voted for many of our council based on their vision for the transportation system in Medicine Hat. Things such as effective, safe, accessible, sustainable transport through transportation diversity and technology, inclusive transportation choices that are made safe and viable. We need to accommodate more than just cars. Transportation should be accessible and attainable for all citizens. An integrated bike lane pass system through Medicine Hat. If this sounds like something you might have said, and you did, now is the time to put your words into action. Thank you.
Wait, Ms. Atchison, someone may have a question for you. Don't go too far. You thought you'd get away with it. I'll just make sure. Does anyone have any questions or comments? It doesn't appear so. So thank you very much for your time. And again, thank you to the group for listening to her so carefully. Moving on, we have John Whiddon. Where is John? Oh, there he is. Moving with purpose. I'm just going to, sorry, John, just before you start, I'm just going to let everyone know, I think I have 2 names left who have pre-registered to speak for. I did have a request from a councillor earlier for a short break. Okay, so at about the 2-hour mark, we're going to take a break, just so I can tell everyone that now, but I think we'll certainly be able to proceed with the next few speakers, maybe beyond that. So welcome, John. Can you just, for the record, say who you are, and then we'd like to hear from you.
Sure. John Whidden. Good evening, Council. Thank you for all you do to represent us and for giving us this opportunity to present our differing opinions. My name is John Whidden, and I'm speaking, I should be very clear since I didn't wear my helmet. I'm not here to support specific traffic changes that have happened. Clearly, there's needs to be some adjustments to some aspects of those. I'm here in support of active transportation. Someone mentioned vision. I have a vision for this city and for my children in this city. And active transportation supports healthy, sustainable communities and keeps people moving. Focusing only on vehicle traffic flow encourages us to sit more and move less. But before anybody starts throwing rotten fruit, I'm a driver. I'm affected by the new traffic devices. They frustrated me, and I don't love them. But I don't love kale or broccoli either. But I eat them because they're healthy for me, and I eventually will reduce healthcare costs by doing so. I don't expect everybody to do that, but as I talk about these things, I love engaging with people. I love hearing differing opinions, and I've heard a lot of arguments. We don't have enough cyclists in this city to bother with this. Well, we do have quite a few, and a number of year-round cyclists, certainly. And we should be planning for the future, not just for today. Other cities have seen big increases in cycling after building safe, separated routes. There was a question about going off to a different avenue. In Calgary, the city center's cycle track network saw a 40% increase in weekday cyclist trips between 2014 and 2016. And downtown cycle mode share rose from 1.9 to 3.0%, and there was a 40% jump in bike trips in and out of downtown. And they said, okay, bikes, you go over there, and cars go over here. It worked very well for them. I've been on those routes. I've heard the argument we have harsh winters. We only cycle for 3-4 months of the year. Well, a lot of people in Medicine Hat do bike and walk and use other transportation all year round. Studies show that winter is a critical time for people to get outside and exercise for human health. And I have lots of supporting research for that, but not now. In a city in Finland that's very much like Edmonton in terms of weather, so far worse than ours, they built an extensive cycling infrastructure, and now 20% of total trips are taken on bikes, which creates more space for cars on the car routes. It doesn't, they're separate things. They clear them as vigilantly as they clear the roads, and now 33% of the cyclists in Oulu continue cycling through the winter. I've heard drivers are frustrated with cyclists. Yeah, I get it. That's exactly why we need a clear, committed bike route system so that drivers and cyclists have their own spaces and people don't frustrate each other. And walkers, dog walkers, and every other kind of transportation. As far as not being able to afford it, the plan is phased in over time. Moreover, investing now reduces long-term costs in road maintenance, healthcare particularly, huge health benefits, and congestion. I've heard people say there are lots of great walking paths, and this was addressed earlier too. This is true, but imagine trying to drive to work on a walking path. If you had a small car, yeah, you're going to have to go around dog walkers, you're going to have to take weird routes. I'm a commuter. If you want to question a cyclist commuter, that's me all year round. And I've never injured myself doing so, so it may seem crazy, but it's not. The paths are for leisure. You talked about a motorcycle type e-bike going down. That blows my top. Like when I see them, I stop them and talk to them because those do not belong on paths, nor in my opinion do e-bikes that are going 30 kilometers an hour. That's ridiculous. So get me off the paths. I don't like using them. I use them slowly and respectfully, but that's not great for commuting. So I will go over to a street, and then maybe some drivers are frustrated because there's no bike line there. So I think the paths need to be for slow vehicles and walkers, dog walkers, et cetera. We need infrastructure that's designed for real-world use, and this plan is about a safe, dependable, forward-thinking option for all residents, whether they drive, walk, roll, or bike. So I would ask you to adapt and adopt this plan so Medicine Hat can stay safe, active, and healthy, and also grow by attracting vibrant new residents who look for these progressive types of features in the place they choose to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you might have practiced at home because you're exactly forfeit. You had 7 seconds left. You could have added one more thing. I'll just see if anyone has any questions. I don't think any questions for staff came out of your presentation. Thank you very much for coming, and again, thank you everyone for listening so respectfully. We have, sorry, this scrolled up a bit. That is the next person for sure. Tom James. Would you like to, oh, there you are. Hi. Come on down and just put your name on the record and tell us what you'd like us to hear.
My name's Tom James. Firstly, I'd like to ask the council and yourselves, I'd like to ask you to act based on facts, not emotion or perceived popularity. Non-exhaustive lists of those facts, such as accident data, impacts upon travel times, and facilitating travel for those who perhaps cannot afford or don't qualify to own or use a motor vehicle. We're all in the position of trusting our elected representatives and public servants to make the best decisions based upon the most long-term benefits for the city's population. I think everybody here will join me in hoping that you can all make the best decisions for everybody concerned for the city's population. I'd also like to suggest that publishing some of that decision-informing data will help alleviate some of the conflict. I know that members of the council have already requested that certain members be more forthcoming with more precise data. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm myself an active cyclist, 47 years of age. I'm definitely not going to grow any taller, but cycling does help me to stop growing any wider. In August 2023, as a new immigrant to Canada, I raised $3,500 for the Toronto Sick Kids Foundation. I achieved that through sponsorship. I cycled 1,500 kilometres in August. I completed that distance in its entirety within Medicine Hat city limits. I used the trail systems and some of the roads. This city has excellent multi-use trails. A route of 20 to 30 kilometres is easily possible with minimum exposure to road traffic. Once you want to get past that sort of distance, you kind of have to commit to travelling some of that way on the public road system, and indeed accessing the trail system from your residency in most places. It's difficult to do that without travelling some distance on the public roads. During the month of August in 2023, there was only, I think, 3 days when I did not feel my life was directly threatened by use of the public road system with other traffic on those roads. Take from that what you will. I'm directly in support of safe, active transportation. I'd appreciate any actions that the City Council can take to improve the current situation. Access to grocery stores like Walmart, Co-op, or employment hubs like the industrial estates or the downtown core are very difficult to get to at the moment. The city trail system links popular beauty spots, but it's sort of an around the sort of like an around the houses method of getting to some of those important places that people other than those seeking for an enjoyable leisure day out need to get to. I definitely prefer to see our younger generation have the ability to cycle safely to work until they can perhaps afford a vehicle. I'm sure everybody's acutely aware that inflation is not keeping pace with wages. Sorry, the other way around. Wages not keeping pace with inflation. I'd like to summarise with a Latin phrase for you. Mens in corpore sano. Sorry, mens sano in corpore sano. Translated to English, this means a healthy body and a healthy mind. I'm sure everybody's acutely aware of the emphasis upon mental health that everybody's going through at the moment or more aware of mental health problems. Cycling is one of the easiest ways of gaining free exercise. Once you've got past the cost of the bicycle itself, cycling is an easy way to achieve slightly less rotundness and also a slightly improved outlook upon your life and the situation that you may find yourself in. I'd like to encourage that if we can. I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much for your presentation and your time coming down here today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And if the rest of you who want to speak today could step up your game and speak in an accent, I would really enjoy that. It's just for me. Anyway, no, I'm just joking. Just teasing all of you. So we have one more speaker in favor, and that is Jerry Lafortune. Is Jerry here? Oh, here he comes. Maybe he could speak in a French accent with a last name like that. No pressure.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jerry Lafortune, and I'd just like to say I live in an area, it's called Canyon Creek. I looked on the master plan, and it shows that eventually there's going to be kind of a route change so that the traffic will avoid that area. I don't know when that's going to be. I was talking to Councillor Hirsch back at the home show back in, I believe, May. And I know there's things that we live on a very narrow road. It's also eroding. There's lots of patchwork happening. It's hard to actually, people are speeding down that road. And I know there's things that the city can't do at the moment because there's a budget for every area. And I realize that, but I talked to a gentleman named John Ashton last year in July. And I was concerned about trucks, basically semis, going down that narrow little road. And to be honest, that kind of went into about 3-4 conversations. The team was excellent. I ran into Councillor Hirsch in May. We were talking about Highway 3 that's going to possibly be happening between Medicine Hat and what's the next town over? Yeah. And I mentioned my concerns about the semis, and basically he said, well, that's not kosher, basically down that road. And I asked about a no truck sign, and lo and behold, after a year of waiting, it didn't take that long actually in my mind, but I'm very grateful, to be honest with you. I think that it's definitely changed the truck routes. The commercial vehicle inspectors have been there. So again, I'm grateful for that. There's a couple things, and I know again that there's a lot of concerns in areas in this town that have different budgets, and you know, I don't think we're worried about the road so much as far as like the erosion and the way it is, but I think there's things we can control, like one, the truck route. Southland's buses are over the weight restriction for that area, and there's up to 100 trips a day, and I know that in Desert Bloom, where we live in Canyon Creek and Heron Courts, there's not that many kids, so I don't really understand why we're getting 100 trips a day. Between 3:15 and 4:15 every day, we're getting 35 buses. So I know it's a shortcut to get to that area, back to their shop, because it's just quicker. And if we can do things like this, I think, you know, all the community doesn't really mind putting up with the road for a few more years or whatever happens with the connection of Highway 3 and also South Boundary Road. But, you know, there's the safety of the speed, like, you know, the motorcycles are cruising up there. If we can do something around the bridge where I know on Highway 1 on the way to Costco, they have those yellow little pylon sticks that can slow people around those curves because, quite frankly, it's most people are just cutting straight across, and you know, it's causing a lot of issues as far as safety, especially coming down the hill towards Heron Court. So I guess this is not really a bitch as much as it is a thank you. And I think that if we can have some way to address some of the other concerns in the future, that's basically it, I think. So thanks again, council, and I'm glad something happened, so yes. Have a great night.
That's great. Thank you so much for your great perspective. Any questions from council? One question for you, so just hang on. Go ahead,
Not
Councillor
just
Sharps.
a question, no question, just a little statement. Just so you're aware, there's a lot of work being done on that Heron Crossing internally, and with some of our regional partners. So just so you're aware, hopefully you'll see more progress with that.
Awesome. Well, I'm impressed so far, but what's happened, so like I said, the heavy traffic is basically cut down probably 90%, so.
Yeah, it has cut down, but it is quite fast. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's fast, and then I just didn't know what the rules were with buses as far as like empty buses, because I know they're over the weight restriction, so I was just concerned about, using that route to actually come home quicker to the shop, right?
I'm just going to ask Director Nowakowski, is that still a commercial route, or I don't think it is any longer, or designated a heavy truck route?
Through the chair, Range Road 62 and
Correct.
South Boundary are not heavy truck routes or restricted truck routes. However, heavy trucks are allowed if they're taking the shortest distance to their destination.
Okay.
So
On a regular
the
basis,
greenhouse.
though? Like, I mean, if they're just going there one time, but if they becomes regular, like 10
I
trucks
think
or
the issue is that those greenhouses that are in that area, is that correct?
Well, that's one destination
Okay.
that's in the area. There's also construction vehicles that may
Yeah.
be using it.
Yeah, so just so you're aware, because we had actually talked about that in committee, and so I wanted you to be aware. So just something to know in the back of your mind.
And just one other issue, actually, while we're talking about that greenhouse. At the end of 61A, there was I shouldn't use the word dead end sign, but it got taken down. And we mentioned it to John Ashton, and he was, I don't know what happened, but that was about 2 months ago. And since then, they took out the pedestrian sign 2 weeks ago. And then about a week ago, the gates that are actually on the sidewalk, the green gates, someone ran through those gates, and they're still laying on the sidewalk and ran through the farmer's fence and all that. So that's all at that intersection of 61A and Boundary Road.
I'll make a note of that and pass it on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Again, thank you so much for coming today. So we had in the written submissions that we had in advance of today, 4 people in support. So I just wanted to confirm that people who sent the information in support, that we have received that information and been able to review it prior to today. If you've sent it after the deadline, we can certainly do so later. And I had one more person, but she's neither in support nor opposition, so I can get to her. Mr. McCaig, did you want to speak next?
Yeah.
Are you speaking for or against the?
I'm kind of in the middle here, but after reading the room here and listening to what's been said in support, I think this might be in support.
Okay.
Although critical.
Okay, sure, go ahead, and then we'll move on to the person who's neither in support. Unless do we have anyone online? There's no one in line, so go ahead, Mr. McCaig.
Yeah, just let me bring this up. So, my name is Alex McQuaig, ALEX, MCCUAIG. My position on this plan is to table it and allow the next council to learn from what's being said tonight. As you will hear and have heard tonight, there's a need for the city to facilitate a robust consultation between citizens regarding the best way forward here. Regarding our current multi-use trail system, the 3 most common exchanges you will hear between strangers are hi, hello, how are you? I think regardless of why people are here tonight, they'll agree this is a positive environment for our community to have. The city's multi-use paths are also designed to allow hatters to engage in physical activity. You can ask any physician, mental health clinician, or addiction treatment specialist, and they will tell you that engaging in regular physical exercise is a key part in disease prevention, promoting positive mental health, and addiction recovery. I don't think there's anyone here who'll say otherwise. But there are those who see multi-use trails as a repressive tool used by tyrannical regimes to suppress and control citizens' ability to travel freely. Yet, the city's Recreation Master Plan ranked the multi-use trail system as one of the most popular and cost-effective public facilities in Medicine Hat. Hatters use and enjoy it every day. Visitors comment positively about it, and it's an affordable, accessible, and practical avenue for people to get around. This plan should have been a slam dunk, but you weren't listening to Hatters. Instead of building support through finding common ground with people with differing opinions, you have alienated a big chunk of this community. This plan was supposed to be a vision, or is supposed to be a vision, for the next 25 years. But it was out for barely 25 days before Council kneecapped it by ignoring the recommendations regarding Canyon Creek and Heron Crossing Trail. More than 750 Hatters took part in the survey, which was part of this plan. Not one of them, not one, was from Canyon Creek or Heron Crossing, according to your own survey results. What those who took part in the survey said, overwhelmingly, was that they supported improving intersection safety. But this council is prioritizing building a more than $1 million path to service a couple of dozen homes. How do you even begin to rationalize that decision? What about my child that goes to a school where teachers tell students not to cross at the closest intersection to the front door of the school because it's too dangerous? You won't spend a few $1,000s to even paint a crosswalk across the intersection to improve the safety of hundreds of children each and every school day. You spend $500,000 on this plan, city staff resources, and engaging with Hatters through surveys. Hatters gave you the message that improving intersections is their priority. And you here build a $1 million trail to a community that does not even fit into the municipality or municipal development plan. Your staff, who you've tasked with developing this plan, have told you these funds could improve the safety for hundreds, if not thousands, of school children. And you ignore them. You ignore this plan, you ignore previous plans and surveys. Why do Hatters need to continually pay for plans, strategies, and surveys that this council doesn't want to follow? You draw up plans for a multi-use path on the top of the last constructed portion of the Harlow Burn. Instead of building it, you let Councilor McGrogan's neighbors take over that public space for their backyards. How can the public trust this council when one of its members won't address this issue of encroachment on city land, literally in his own backyard? Whether it's building Canyon Creek Trail or not building the one on Harlow Burn, it appears this council is more concerned about what will benefit their own political objectives than what's best for the larger community. I thank you for your time and urge you to allow the next council to deal with this issue.
That was a lot of information, Mr. McQuaig, and some of it I feel was inaccurate. So I'm going to ask City Manager Mitchell to talk specifically about the Heron Trail and the $1 million apparently I've spent and I don't know about.
Thank you. Through the chair, and the Heron Crossing went through D&I subdivision several times, and I'm going to turn it over to the chair, and she can give the background on that.
I would love to. So I'm sorry you feel like that was kneecapped. It was not. So you're absolutely right, Mr. McQuaig. It is our job to listen to the people. So guess what? When division happened, we had an uproar, so we listened. So we asked for a public hearing. So just because we don't always agree with one person doesn't mean we're not listening. So this this public hearing was for council to hear from everybody, absolutely everybody. So, but let me talk to you about Heron Crossing, because I'm probably the driver and not letting it go on this. And you know why? Because we as a city, years before many of us were at this table, decided to allow a leapfrog development in Heron Crossing. Those people pay taxes just like you do, just like I do. So part of our taxes as municipalities to provide safe roads and crosswalks. There is 30, 40 kids in there, walking up that hill to Desert Bloom, and it is, you just heard from the last gentleman, it's barely a good road, let alone a good sidewalk. So my motion wasn't to spend $1.2 million. It was to work with Cypress County, our partners, to work as a region because they have a development there. We allowed a leapfrog. We allowed that leapfrog. We still have a responsibility to all citizens, not just the ones that live in good neighborhoods or bad neighborhoods, all citizens. So, but I get to finish. So we have asked them to go back and see what they can do with us. Nothing has decided. If you saw the minutes in my committee meeting, we asked them to come back and work with us, and I believe Cypress County is meeting next month on this. We may or may not come up with a solution right away, but those citizens deserve an answer as well. So they were not kneecapped. But I don't think it's fair to ask any council, sir, to say, whatever your staff does, you should just approve, because then why is there's councils? Our job is to listen to them, and whether you agree with multi-use pathways or not, I actually don't believe this is about a multi-use pathway. I don't think there's anybody in the room opposed to a multi-use pathway. They're opposed to the damn concrete. That's it.
What they are for, and what your surveys say they're for, is addressing intersection safety. 750 residents that took part in your survey, their number one priority was not Heron Crossing. It was addressing intersection safety. That goes for drivers, that goes for cyclists, that goes for scooters, that goes for pedestrians. It deals with the whole thing. Now, if the priority for your committee is dealing with Heron Crossing, that's fine.
Nope,
But
it's dealing with data.
the number one priority outlined in the survey that was developed for this plan was intersection safety. I have not heard that once come up as a topic at the D&I committee. And I grant Ms. Robbins, or Councillor Robbins' point regarding $1 million hasn't been spent.
No.
But neither has this been made a priority that Hatters say is a priority.
I'm just going to back up. You're using just that one access. What you don't have access to, sir, is all the emails that we get, the phone calls that we get. So just because they didn't go on to Shape Your City does not make their points valid.
Then why do the survey if you're not going to listen to it? Don't do the survey. I don't care. Just stop wasting people's taxpayers' money doing surveys that you're not going to put any value
Oh, that I
to.
don't disagree with.
You know, if you don't assign value to it, fine.
So, Mr. McQuaig, thank you for your time. Thank you. We understand you're passionate about the topic, and I appreciate hearing from you. I wonder if we could address the one issue that he's brought up here that I think hopefully you're going to have some answer about prioritizing intersections and how that's working into the plan that you have. And I know we have some experts over there who could give us some information about it.
Through the chair, I'm just going to, go ahead, put it over to Sandeep, and I know that part of the larger transportation plan that was alluded to through Managing Director Nowakowski is that there's going to be further plans and safety policies coming through, but I'll turn it over to Sandeep.
Yeah, through the chair. So basically what we are doing after, once this is all, kind of finalized and done, the next steps are to kind of do a network screening, what we call. So basically look at all the intersections in the city and then sort of come up with a plan to sort of prioritize, look at different, countermeasures that will help improve safety. So that's one of the biggest, I think, that has come out from this whole, transportation safety plan, wherein the action item is to kind of do a network screening and then kind of identify and prioritize those intersections. So definitely it is on a high priority for us.
Can I just ask if a citizen had an issue with I remember like first month, I think, somebody sent me an email saying that, on Division actually, that their crosswalks were faded and they didn't feel they were safe for kids going to school, and so they wanted to pass it along, which I passed along to the city manager at the time. If somebody has that kind of concern, can they report a problem? Like what could they do to highlight their concerns about a certain area? Because if they live there and their kids go to school there, they're going to know more than most, right?
And to be honest, like we deal with this almost on a daily basis, like a crosswalk assessment and what kind of treatment we need to do, renew the paint. So this is a daily thing for us, and we do this on a daily basis. So, I mean, if anybody has a concern, they need to call Municipal Works Department, the operating department that looks after those crosswalks. And we're always there to kind of, look at that, either put in new crosswalks or refresh the ones that are there.
And does Municipal Works have an email address where that kind of information could go with photographs and?
Sure, we have like mw@medicinehat.ca is the email that we can send anything that relates to crosswalk or any concerns with crosswalk.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'd just like to respond saying that every time I brought it up to either council or municipal staff, I was told that we've got this transportation master plan coming up, and that's when you get to talk about this thing, the issues you have, you know, the suggestions you have. You know, we've got this this active transportation strategy going on. This is going to be your opportunity to talk, and really, I haven't had that chance. You know, I don't think the public obviously has not had that chance.
Mr. McQuaig, we're listening to you right now.
Thank you, and
We're
thank you,
having
and I
a
appreciate that.
non-statutory public hearing to listen to you right now. So we've got, so thank you very much. All right, we had, oh, sorry, Councillor McGrogan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just feel like I've been maligned by the comments made by Mr. McQuaig. I live on the berm that backs onto Harlow. I don't apologize for that. There is a trail that's at some stage. I've never interfered. I've never encroached on that trail. I've never influenced it in any way other than a positive way for the good of our community. And I just want to make it clear that that is the case, and I don't appreciate being maligned about it. Thank you.
Well, I wish there's a path there.
Well, I might too.
Okay.
Well, look, it's your backyard.
It's a point of order. Thank you, Mr. McCaig. Thank you, Councillor McGrogan. I will now move on to Councillor Hirsch, who wishes to say something.
Well, and I guess we're all trying to move through this meeting, and I guess I'm just a bit concerned. Would hope that all the speakers speak to the facts. I listened to the last speaker talk about that council won't listen about even spending a couple $1,000s to paint crosswalks. We can all imagine we don't make those decisions around the council table. You've heard already people who reach out to us as councillors. We carry that ball. If that's the case, certainly reach out. There's report a problem. All the council's emails are there to really speak to the fact that we are neglecting crosswalks and stuff is highly inaccurate. Again, if there's an issue, bring it up. But can we please stick to the facts and not necessarily extend out or do any hyperbole? So appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. All right. I'm going to move on to the next registered speaker, who is Jennifer Barrientos. I might be saying that wrong. She's neutral about it. She's neither, but she may have decided this was not the forum for her. Is Jennifer, starts with a B, ends with an S here, Barrientos? She is not. Okay, it is, we'll just maybe give a minute to think about whether she's going to attend. It is 8:24, it's 2 hours in. I did indicate to Councillor Van Dyke when she asked that we would take a small break, not a long break, at the 8:30 mark, but somebody else besides me needs to make a motion to that effect.
I'll make that motion to take a 5-minute recess.
So we'll come back straight at 8:30.
I'll second that motion.
Oh, thank you. Do we need to vote on that? Oh, sorry, we need to vote on the motion. I apologize. You need to vote, Andy. You need to vote. The motion carries. We'll see you at 8:30. sticking around, coming back. Keep using your fans. It's hot down here too. It's hotter down here than it is up there, but it's all good. I just want to give everyone sort of a roadmap, not meant ironically there, of where we're going next. I had reached the point where we had gone through the people who registered to speak in favor. And then we checked online, there's no one online with their little yellow hand up, so we don't have to worry about them. But there may be people in the gallery that didn't register that want to speak in favor. So if you want to do that, this is your opportunity to do so. And if not, we're going to move to the opposed. And we do have a number of people who registered in addition to the people who sent emails and submissions in advance. So seeing nobody that wants to proceed, I'll just tell you where we're going from here, is I'm going to first deal with the people who registered and ask them name by name in the order and they registered to come forward and speak. Again, no clapping, please. I do see this lady with the gray hair, your hair's fabulous, by the way, who's giving the speakers that she supports the thumbs up, and that is 100% okay with me because it's not affecting our ability to hear. So thank you for listening, I like it. And supporting people is great. So we're going to do the people who registered, and then we'll check with the people online, and then we'll make sure we give an opportunity for anyone else who's opposed, who didn't register. If you wish to speak, you're going to have an opportunity to do so. Then I'm going to say anyone who didn't get an opportunity to be heard, whether you're for or against, we don't want to, if you kind of missed your turn and thought I still have something to say, we're going to give a little opportunity as well at the end if there's something that you want to add. I will say again that there were a number of themes that were raised. A lot of them were sort of project-specific themes, and so we do have our staff here to answer questions about those. I think some of them have been answered already, but if there's more, we're happy to refer those to City Manager, and she'll direct them to the person she thinks can best answer, or take the question if the answer is not immediately available and answer it later. All right, so now we all know where we're going. The next person to speak in favor, and the first person who registered, is Greg Buchert. Against. Did I say in favor? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Buchert, that was a mistake. I said in favor, but you're speaking against, and so I apologize.
Against, yeah.
Unless you've changed your mind having heard the others.
I didn't expect to be first, but okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
My name is Greg Buchert. I have been in the city and area for over 70 years, in the city proper for 50. I'm speaking as a citizen concerned more with the process than the contents. I want to speak against this, the plans. We have 170 pages, cost of $500,000. That's $2,941 per page. Basically to tell us we're getting narrow roads with obstructions, roundabouts, and choke points. And then we've got to deal with the sacred bike lanes. We have to find some compromise, and I don't feel these documents address it properly. I've read the plans, all of them, 3 times. I found some errors, contradictions, and inconsistencies that, in my opinion, taint any decisions that can be taken from them. First of all, of course, there's the absolute bias against vehicles and the drivers. It's like we're in Medicine Hat's Fast and Furious or something, or Gotham City, whatever. I don't see the city described the way I see it. The plans come right out and just say it, that the elephant ear bump outs, roundabouts are essential to our plan to discourage vehicle use. So these plans, that's the whole goal here. And I don't know why that has to be. Why is the city, or why are the planners declaring war on the people that just want to get to work? Why, absolutely interfere with their daily commute? Roundabouts, people drive over them, like Councillor Knodel. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. A lot of the decisions, well, first of all, it goes up by declaring Medicine Hat as a driving culture problem. I don't see it. the results on these plans or the decisions seem to be based on an online survey, 382 people. You know, that is 0.0059% of the population of Medicine Hat. Now, 0.0059%, you can't use that as indicator of anything. You know, that isn't even a tick error. The mass majority was 25 to 44 years old, earned $100,000 a year or more, 2 cars, no public transport. Now, if you're in there, I'm happy for you. But I don't know if that represents the rest of the people here. Your stakeholder meeting, 14 invites. 12 of them are funded by the city or the province. There was no other input other than Bike Medicine Hat and the Chamber of Commerce. Now, the Chamber of Commerce represents less than 30% of the businesses in Medicine Hat. I don't feel they got a shot at saying what needs to be done or what they want done. And then our public forums, I didn't have a lot of luck at a public forum. I found the staff was evasive. One of them ditched me as fast as he could and wouldn't even tell me who the manager was. So, okay, I don't know, I've heard, I guess I better get into that. Since I started posting about this, I have had between 2,000 and 4,000 people contact me. According to Google Insights, I have had over 200,000 interactions. I have no idea what that means, but there's a few people that are agreeing with me on this. So we got 94.4% of commuters, they drive. 3.6 walk and 0.3% bike, and that's down from 0.7%. I hear some different numbers from the bike people, but with what's quoted, that's 195 people. I find that the 3 plans are devoted to those 195 people, and the drivers who have to get to work to earn the money to pay for all of our stuff are unduly discriminated against, let's put it that way. We're spending an awful lot of money on an ideology of anti-car, and well, we've got 51% of our, and all these figures come from the plan, 51% of our sidewalks are considered dangerous for wheelchairs and mobility devices. I haven't heard a lot tonight about wheelchairs and mobility devices. We have to account for them. If we're doing fair, let's do fair. That's for everybody.
Mr. Buchert,
you know,
Mr. Buchert, you're 15 seconds over your time, so if you could
Oh
wind up.
my, I'm sorry. I've
No,
already
no
got
worries.
one
If you
here.
could just wind up your last thought, that'd be great.
Yeah,
Thank
could I
you.
just wind this up? Sorry, I probably got about 2 hours here. I put in about 30 hours of reading, and this is probably way too long. Basically, just to sum up, I think we need a compromise. I think the best way to do that is a plebiscite. We got an election coming up. It won't cost anything to have a plebiscite. Let's put it out there. Let's find out what the city really wants. Everybody that contacted me is mad as hell, and this has been a real education for me tonight. I got to thank people for showing the other side, but I do think we have to compromise here, and let's fix the roads, and let's fix the potholes and the sidewalks, and that's where I'm at.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buchert. I'll just see, does council have any questions or comments for Mr. Buchert? Councillor Sharp has something to add.
Just one quick question, Mr. Buchert. Are you opposed to multi-use pathways?
No, I'm not, but I'm opposed to the way they're being presented.
Fair enough.
I do think rather than putting them on the main drives and negatively affecting businesses. City of Toronto being sued for $48 million, or going to spend $48 million to take out some of the bike trails in front of businesses. They're currently being sued by 40 different businesses for multi-million dollars because their businesses died. The businesses in Medicine are struggling. We got to do what we can to support them, and blocking them off. And the people that complain the most about being blocked off by bike trails are the wheelchair people, the blind, and the handicapped. So let's give them a shot at having a normal life.
Thank you. I did think that you were very much, you're not opposed to multi-use.
No, I'm not. No,
Right.
I'm not
But I
opposed to
agree.
bike lanes either. I bike.
Oh, 100%.
You know,
But you're
I've
right,
gone from
let's fix our
tricycles to
paths.
e-bikes, you know,
Yeah.
I'm not against anything. I just think that the way it's presented is wrong.
Okay, I appreciate that.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you, Mr. Buchert. Our next, oh, sorry, Councillor Conodal had something to add. Go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I'm just wondering if you could tell me what page of the active transportation plan the comment about avoiding use of cars or reducing the use of cars. I don't know where that is in the document.
Okay,
Could
I
you-
can look it up for you. Could I give it to you later?
Yeah, if you could send me an email, that
Sure,
would be awesome.
sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Buchert. Thank you, Councillor Conodal. All right, moving on to our next person who's registered opposed to the plan is Judy Coombs. She can't scroll that high.
You make me follow Greg. Thanks a lot.
Hi, welcome. Sorry, I
Hi.
accidentally skipped over someone to get to you, but I'll get to him right away.
Okay,
So I'm
thank
just
you.
organizing myself. You go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Coombs, and I appreciate the opportunity to express my thoughts in regards to the Transportation Master Plan, which I'll call the TMP. There was a time when one of the hallmarks of adulthood, a sign that you were growing up, was a driver's license and the purchase of your first vehicle. Public transit, your bicycle or walking were what you used to get to the mall or your friend's house. This TMP, however, wants to make everyone reliant on those modes of transportation and remove the number of vehicles on the streets. Complete Streets is an international initiative that may work well in cities with a population of 1 million or more, where people drive clown cars, streets are congested, there may be more pedestrians, and it's virtually impossible to feel safe when crossing the street. However, a sprawling city like Medicine Hat with a population of less than 70,000 teeming with full-size vehicles like one-ton dualies, recreational trailers, and fire trucks is hardly in need of such a concept that makes it impossible to turn a corner without driving over the very concrete structure that's supposed to keep pedestrians safe. So-called traffic calming measures is an oxymoron, as all they have succeeded in doing is raising the blood pressure of motorists when traffic is held up because the right turn lane has been eliminated. The TMP may be an attempt by the city to increase active transportation, and good on the people who are voluntarily adopting active modes, but I'm sure a good number of motorists do not believe that bikers and pedestrians out for a leisurely ride or stroll should take priority over their need to get to work or to a medical appointment on time. I would argue that the majority of bikers and pedestrians choose that mode of transportation as a recreational activity as opposed to a means of necessity. The city claims that it has done its due diligence by advertising and holding numerous open houses and online surveys. However, in my conversations with friends and acquaintances, the vast majority hadn't even heard of the TMP. Some who have attended the open houses have reported that questions they posed to the staff manning these information booths have been brusquely told to go to the city website for information. The online survey for the TMP garnered 382 replies and hardly a notable representation of a population of 67,000. Under the guiding principles of the TMP, number 1, active transportation, invites, in quotation marks, invites people to complete all types of trips any day of the year. Bikes and scooters in winter in Medicine Hat, we had at least 3 months of icy streets and paths this last winter. I went to the Y to run. Number 2, safety, quotation marks, moving towards zero road transportation deaths and serious injuries, 0. Lofty, but impossible goal. And tied in it with is number 4, the transportation culture, quotation, a culture of safety, healthy living, and sustainability, a shift to sustainable transportation modes, and to promote safe travel behaviors. Safety, isn't that what our police force is for? Ticket the speeders and the stunters. And I would argue that everyone should be held responsible for their own safety when moving around in traffic, not the city. In regards to healthy living, If the city really gave two hoots about that, would we still have a pot shop, vape and liquor store, and fast food outlet on practically every commercial block? Number 9.
No, sorry, Ms. Coombs, could you just stop her time? I would really like to have the respect for the speaker, and the noise that you're creating is making it hard to hear. And I know you're looking at me and saying, oh, you know, she's just uptight or whatever. You're right, there's 67,000 people, and there's 100 or 200 in this room. I want to listen to you and make the best decision for the 67,000. And
Okay.
you're not giving me the opportunity or respect to do that. And none of us, and we need that, please. I have asked multiple times. If we're going to continue this way, that's all right. I'm going to listen to the speaker. If she has to be interrupted again, then we're going to take an adjournment, take 10 minutes. You can clap all you want, and then we'll come back and we'll be here till midnight. I don't want that. I want to hear from you now. You've been here a long time. Please just be respectful so that I can fully pay attention to what she is saying. You're not helping me do that. So please, Ms. Coombs, go
thank
ahead.
you. Well, now you wrecked my flow.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You can start over. Treat it
No,
as a
it's
rehearsal.
okay.
It's fine.
I'm not kidding. Number 9, climate resilience frequently refers to climate change and implementing, quotations, infrastructure that is planned and maintained to mitigate and withstand extreme winter weather events. Mitigate. What the heck is that even supposed to mean? This is just a small sample of what I've gathered from the 85-page plan, and I would highly recommend that Hatters go into the Shape Your City webpage to read it for themselves and form their own opinions. While it may appear that a great deal of work has gone into fabricating this plan, I suspect the architects were informed on what the outcome was supposed to be and instructed to get there by all means necessary. I also suspect the parties involved may be abundant in academics, but lacking a little in common sense. In closing, a TMP should be a local, made-in-Medicine Hat initiative that takes into account all the unique trails that set this city apart from other communities. I'm out my 5 minutes, I'm winding down, at home and abroad. Instead, it is nothing more than the marching orders of the United Nations Agenda 2030, where everyone will own nothing and be happy. But on a positive note, just give me a minute, I'm 100% in favor of synchronizing the traffic lights so you can drive from one end of the city to the other. Thank you very much. And I really don't want to take any questions. You've got a lot of people who still want to talk yet, and it's 9 o'clock.
I'm aware. I'm trying to keep the meeting going, but
I
I'm
know.
not getting a lot of help here. So
get it.
thank
I
you,
get
Ms.
it.
Coombs, for wrapping up so nicely.
Okay, no problem. Thank you
right.
for giving me the opportunity.
I feel like I'm a teacher in a classroom. Please, please. I am
know.
doing my best to have this hearing so I can hear all of you. Please. Thank you, Ms. Coombs, for your
Okay,
time.
thank you for
I
your-
don't believe anyone has any questions for you.
Thank you. Okay.
Anything staff wants to respond to? No. All right. Moving on to the next person who I inadvertently skipped over, Mr. Bork. Bob Bork? Burke? Sorry, pronouncing your name incorrectly. Welcome, and I'm sorry for skipping
Thank you.
you.
For the guy that talks all day, I'm extremely nervous, but now that I know I'm not going to get the hook at the exact 5 mark, that helps. Can you hear me all right? Okay. I'm going to have to just read this straight up so I don't get off topic. Good evening, city councilors, mayor, I guess the mayor's not here, city staff, and everyone in attendance. And extra thanks to the clerk who got back to me immediately when I wanted to speak, and Councillor Sharps, which was the only one to reply to my emails and make sure I was on the docket. Maybe docket's the wrong word. Okay. My name is Bob Burke. Most of you know me from around town, fundraising, stuff like that. I've seen you guys out, or from real estate. I've been a Medicine Hatter since 1989, other than a few brief years living out in BC, but I'm glad to be back home in the Hat. I have lived here basically my whole entire adult life, and the last 2 years living in Riverside since downsizing to be an empty nester. Tonight, I'm here speaking for myself and also on behalf of the Riverside group of several hundred tax-paying residents who are very much against the Transportation Master Plan for a huge number of reasons. With all due respect, I just can't believe that this is even on the table. This plan is something that may work in parts of Europe or France, but just not in Medicine Hat. Although I avoid the hill area due to the never-ending construction, when I do drive down Division Avenue, it literally turns my stomach. It's just so ridiculous and unnecessary. Seeing what happened on Division Avenue should be a very perfect example of what we do not want or need on 3rd Street Riverside or anywhere in the city. As a Class 1 commercial driver, not actively today, but who's driven semi-trucks, delivery trucks, and most recently the Sunshine Trolley in the summer of 2023, I drove that trolley 2 to 3 tours a day, 4 to 5 days a week. I know what it's like to try and get around in a large vehicle. Our route took us across Central Park, and to make the turn on Division Avenue, I can't imagine doing that with one of those bump outs. But to confirm that, I actually called the trolley driver today and I asked his opinion on it, and you don't want to hear all the F-bombs that came out, but he basically went on and on how terrible they are. He cannot make that corner unless he blocks traffic coming this way and goes into oncoming traffic, crossing the yellow line, which I'm sure we all know is illegal and dangerous. So this is just one of the many glaring examples of how we don't need this. These elephant ear bump outs. Tell me how this is going to make it safer to drive into oncoming traffic. It's quite the opposite. Running 2 businesses daily in Medicine Hat, I drive all over the city. The traffic flow is very challenging as it is, and these changes will make it a full-on disaster. To imagine Kingsway, I know that was already discussed earlier, thank you, but what we thought was if it's any less than 4 lanes is craziness. I also walk down in Riverside, scoot around for fun, so I'm not just seeing this from a driver's perspective. I'm on 2 wheels, I walk a lot, and I see all the angles. In fact, I scooted all the way from Riverside down to Kincooley to watch the fireworks last week. There was no problem, perfect sidewalks, took the trail back. We have lots of beautiful trails. When I am walking, I have 0 problems with vehicles stopping to cross the street. Being old school, I actually wave the cars on to just keep on moving, and they stop and insist I walk. I don't see how these virtue signaling bump outs are going to help any of that. 3rd Street Riverside is fine the way it is, other than the massive amount of potholes that need fixing, and it needs resurfacing, which we all know. But to narrow it and take away parking is not only insanity, but it's unnecessary, not to mention horribly expensive. Some residents will literally have no place to park their vehicles, as street parking is their one and only option. And for the record, yes, I did read the 85-page master plan, and I did attend the open house at Big Marble Center in the spring, so I am aware of the plan and did read it. I truly hope common sense prevails. With property taxes higher than ever, in an unsettling economy, we just can't understand why we would come up with an expensive solution for a problem that just simply doesn't exist. As we all know by the numbers in the report, 96–97% of us get around in vehicles every day. Some people on the bus, which is going to make the ride uncomfortable when they're going over top of these bump outs and crashing over curbs all the time, which will obviously cause damage to the buses as well. So for roughly 1%, no offense to the bikers, are we going to do all this for that 1% and punish the other 97% of us for the rest of the year, when we already have perfectly good sidewalks, not to mention 155 kilometers of beautiful trails to enjoy? As a proud Medicine Hatter, property owner, tax-paying citizen, and contributor to our beautiful community, and today's representative of many in Riverside, and also thousands of tax-paying citizens that have spoke up to me, I urge you to remember that you're in an elected position to serve the citizens, and staff, you're in a high-paid position to maintain and improve the living conditions of us citizens, not to make it worse and hamper it. A municipal government has a responsibility to provide core services, infrastructure, water, sewer, in our case, gas and electricity. We already have all that going for us. It is not a core service to narrow roads and force something on your citizens that they don't want. The proof is here. 4 letters of approval, 86 against, and 700 signatures on this little thing we did at the gas station Riverside, which the staff wouldn't accept, but we have it here. So I would respectfully ask you to, quote unquote, stay in your lane and put this nonsensical journey of creating a solution for a problem that doesn't exist aside. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burke. Does anyone have any questions for him? I wonder if the document that you have could be provided.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would like to. We would like to have it
Can I
and
hand
see
it
it.
to somebody?
Yeah, if someone could just grab that from him. Thank you, Managing Director Hatter. We'll give that to the clerk, and then council will have it to review. So thank you very much for bringing it, and thank you for presenting today.
Thank you for having me.
All right, our next presenter against is Robert Mostyn. You're going to pass. Thank you very much, Mr. Mostyn. I'm sure it would have been enlightening, so we're sorry to miss you, but thank you very much for passing. It is getting late. I appreciate it. And I hope your views have been reflected in the other speakers. I sense they have. So the next speaker then, after Mr. Mostyn passes, is Gwen McFarlane. I just want to let everyone know, just for your own timing and knowing what your evening looks like, I think we have 5 speakers after Ms. McFarlane who are registered, and then we'll check online and anyone who wants to speak here. So thank you for sticking with us and keeping it concise. Ms. McFarlane, you go ahead.
Hi, I'm Gwen McFarlane, and I've lived in Medicine Hat since 1979. And what I have surmised is that our community is a small town type of a culture. We all like to enjoy our community the way that it is, and basic priorities like fixing the streets that need it with our taxpayer dollars that funds the whole community, to set the priorities that have to be done, and I don't see it happening. And I'm not sure why we as a community, then we raise issues and we're talking about anything that we don't agree about, we get the direct feeling that we're not being listened to. And I'm just, this is my observation, and I've heard it from lots of other people in Medicine Hat. So I just want to say that that is such an important thing that has to be done in any kind of a council or any kind of representation from the municipality or for the citizens, because ultimately we are the taxpayers. And so if we're the community, don't do things that harm us. And what else I have found is that everybody is drowning in details. Everything's so complicated and so many reports, and it has to be approved here and through 50 million things. I used to work for the government for 30 years. Trust me, I know all about it. And if we can simplify things, streamline things, and get things done, then we would be a whole lot better off. And I live on the hill. I have a 3/4 ton truck, just a truck, right? Everybody has trucks, and they're bigger than that, bigger wheelbases, and I pull a horse trailer. How am I gonna get anywhere? You know what else? When it's 40 below and that street is horrendously icy, and that's just the way it is. Maybe if we had more taxpayer dollars available, we could clean the streets more too in the wintertime. Just saying. Anyways, if you want to go up that narrow street on Cemetery Hill there, good luck when you've got that narrow amount of space. We can't even navigate it when it's dry. You can't turn the corner. What about fire trucks? What about ambulances? And why do we want to slow down the traffic that has never been a problem to my knowledge? Like, why is it such an emergency all of a sudden that we have to congest the traffic and have bump outs and narrower streets? And I think that's coming from the provincial government or the feds or the big drive on this Agenda 21 or 2030 or how many other ones that are, I know. Everybody's going, oh, listen to her. She's just, crying about this generality stuff. But truly, when you're awake, when you see and experience everything that's going on, what other conclusion can you come to? And that's what I'm trying to say. And plus, I did send serious concerns, kind of an email to every councillor and the mayor. And who's Taylor Appleton? Is he a developer or a planner or what with the city? I was told that he was the one that was designing that on Division Avenue.
I'm just going to check for you, Ms. McFarlane. Would we know who that person is? Just so we can answer the question.
Through the chair, Taylor Appleton is the project manager on the Riverside.
Okay.
Okay.
Now you know
well,
who
I
that
got
is.
my information sideways because there's so many people involved, and it seems like everything's done after the fact. Like, it seems like there's no common sense left anymore. And so anyway, I did send my serious concerns email to everyone, and I asked for a response. Not one. Not one. And then even with this submission, I followed what was happening in the newspaper. It said you had to submit your email before the end of the day last Monday, which I did to the city clerk and everything. And I got a email to say, oh, yes, it's been received. And then I got another email from the Municipal Works Department and said, we received your concerns and we'll just forward it on to the department that will deal with whatever is appropriate. Anyway, just saying, those kinds of complications just don't need, it can be so much simpler, that's all. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. McFarland. I'm sorry I distracted you there. When you said Project 2030, I don't know what that is. So I'm like, I don't know.
Or Agenda 2030.
Agenda, I don't even know what that is.
You guys should look that up.
So that's
and the Great
just,
Reset.
Okay, thank you for telling me I should know something I don't know. But
No, I mean,
I
it's
don't
a
know
big
what that is.
concern. And,
Sure.
I think it affects us all.
Okay.
It doesn't matter where you're coming from we're all human. We all want to get along. We want to compromise. We want to make it the best that we can for everybody. But we don't need to complicate the issues.
Yeah,
But,
I just wanted to tell you, because I made a bit of a face, that I was just confused. It's nothing to do with
okay.
what you said. I didn't want you to take it that I didn't,
No.
like what you
And-
said, because I was confused. And I
Yeah.
will also tell you that your written submission is contained in the record we received. So
Okay.
the forwarding to Municipal Works might have been because you had something that they could actually action today.
I
But we
guess.
did receive it as well, so just so
Okay.
you know. Were there any
And
questions
one
for Ms.
other, I'm
McFarland?
just going to stick this last thing in. I know I'm over. When I was raised in Saskatchewan and stuff, it was either everybody, you could say no without hurting people's feelings. You didn't have to bow down to every little thing. Like, it seems like there's no, I don't know, directness anymore.
Okay.
Anyway, that's it.
Thank you, Ms.
Thanks.
McFarland. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to call the next two speakers so that the one is ready to go right after the other, if that's all right. So I'm going to call next Darlene Collings, and then after that, Sabrina Moore.
Hi, it's me again, Darlene Collings. I do have a number of questions. So before we start the clock, does that stop when I get answers or when I wait for answers?
Yeah, if you just want to go ahead with your questions, and we'll see if we can answer them.
Okay. Well, my first comment actually is a little bit like what Gwen was saying. It does appear that these road designs have not come from any kind of local or even Alberta or Canada source. It does seem like this is originated from the very left-leaning world groups, and we've seen them around, and that's what she's alluding to with the 2030 or the 2050. The carbon, removal of all carbon and things like that is to get rid of the cars. I did agree with Councillor Sharps regarding the info at the municipal mingle and open houses. It always feels like we're getting a sales pitch. We can ask questions. The people there, maybe you think they know, but they don't know, and they don't answer, and they can be they should be questions that they know, and they always refer you back. And that's a problem. If you're going to have a municipal mingle or an open house or something for information, you should be able to have staff there that can actually answer the questions. So, you know what? Further to that, I know I read through the transportation, you know what I mean, the TMP, and all the other parts that go along with it. And I think what's happened is, and I read it before, but when I actually saw the result up on Division Avenue, I was stunned. I used to live up there. There was never a problem with traffic, pedestrians, bikes. There was never a problem. And then they had it dug up all last, spring and stuff. And when they finally removed the barricades and we had to drive in that, I was gobsmacked. I couldn't believe that this had been done. And one of my questions is about those bump outs. Okay, you guys say that it's for the safety of pedestrians. How? Can you just explain how that makes it safer for a pedestrian?
Yeah, I'd be happy to refer that question to whoever you think is in the best position to answer it.
Through the chair and to the speaker, the bump outs at the intersections force people to slow down, take time to look at what's coming before just going out onto the road.
Can I ask, sorry, can I ask?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify, and then there's two counselors with a question. You mean the drivers or the pedestrians to look?
The pedestrians.
The pedestrians.
That's that built environment that was mentioned at the first to help reduce speed at intersections and people just flying through.
Okay, thank you. So I have Councillor Hirsch on the list, and then Councillor Knoll.
Actually, my question was related to the last speaker, and that's fine. And my question was, when we talked about Division Avenue, and that popped in my head when she talked about the winter, knowing that that's an emergency route, knowing that we get tremendous amount of snow from time to time, what is the active plan? I even know going down Dunmore Road, as the graders push the snow to the side, the road gets narrower and narrower, and that's Dunmore Road. Yep. So I guess my question is, when we do Division Avenue, is there literally gonna be trucks that are gonna remove the snow, or what is that gonna look like? Because I gotta tell you, I don't live in that area, but I feel it's pretty constrained. And then thinking about, again, people to access the vehicles and that sort of thing. So, and I know that's an emergency route, so I just need to understand. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, in the winter months, we've actually had last winter where we went through it. The red concrete on the side is utilized to store snow. Instead of storing it on the road, it's stored off the road on the red concrete boulevards.
That actually took a number of days to happen.
Through the chair, was the first time our operations crew had been out clearing it. So we are learning as a department on how to handle moving snow on different types of roadways, like Division, that is new to everyone.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Through the chair to Ms. Collings, we did learn from staff just like earlier when we had this presentation that the bump outs also reduce the amount of road that a pedestrian has to cross. So the likelihood of the amount of time that the pedestrian walks across the road is reduced. So therefore,
I did see that in the Riverside plan. That was very obvious, yeah. But if I can go back to that, so the bump outs are for the pedestrian to make it shorter walk and to be able to see better the traffic for some reason. They couldn't see it when they were here. They have to be here to see the traffic. I'm a little confused about that. And the other thing that I'm confused about is those bump outs make it nigh on impossible to make a right turn from one of the side roads onto Division Avenue. I have a little car, and I'm always worried I'm going across the yellow line. Gwen with her truck, that it is actually impossible. I would like to know if you guys have all gone up there and all driven the area and tried this out. Take a truck.
I can say that my children until now have gone to school at Connaught, so I have been down Division Avenue many, many times. And I did note the snow removal onto that red brick, which I felt that piece of the design did work well because the snow wasn't on the road anymore. But I understand what you're saying about the difficulty. I don't drive a large truck, but I'm just saying that I did note the snow removal. That piece of it seemed to work very well. But and I'm up there multiple times a day, frankly, picking kids up and dropping them off and stuff.
So then you've probably also noticed that in the original road, there was actually shoulders, that if an emergency vehicle was behind you, you could get out of the way, they could get out of the way, and the emergency vehicle could go right down the middle. That's impossible. Right now, that is impossible. And the whole structure of those bump outs is the biggest conundrum that we could ever imagine. And the fact that they took basically what was a 3-lane road, so you had one lane this way, one lane that way, and then you had at least a half a lane or more on either side, now they've taken all of that extra space and turned it into concrete and bricks. So that what? 5 people, 10 people a day can ride their bike past the person that's walking without ringing their bell? I never, the whole many years I lived there, never saw an issue. But I'm going to go on to other things. A lot of my issues were addressed. I read every submission that came in that was released to us. So the project in Riverside and on Kingsway in your transportation master plan are actually considered what's coming as roadway optimization. What is that? I think when I looked back to what Division Avenue was, it's not there anymore. So I'm going to assume that that was also roadway optimization. And the traffic calming, I agree, doesn't calm people. Now you can't get over to turn. So now everybody behind you, and I see it in the Riverside plan, everybody trying to go has to wait while you try and turn. How is that safer for pedestrians? This is just, there's no common sense in this plan. Sir, go ahead. The question was.
I'm sorry, if you asked a question, I missed it in your comments. If
Yeah,
you
I
could
was saying
repeat
about
the
the roadway optimization.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Does somebody want to answer the question about roadway optimization?
Through the chair, the optimization basically is based on the complete streets principle, wherein you try to put different elements of the cross section and optimize it to kind of suit all modes of transportation. So that's the basically going based on the complete streets principle to accommodate different modes of transportation.
So that means Kingsway is going to look, you're going to use all kinds of transportation because it's roadway optimization, but it's not, that wouldn't be roadway optimization, that would be alternative transportation optimization. Not roadway, because to me, when I say roadway, I'm thinking the cars and the bikes. And when did bikes and bicycles, was it ever illegal to have, or legal to put them on the sidewalk? Now we're putting e-bikes and bikes and everybody on there? I don't remember that happening. But I'll take that. One of the other things.
You're out of time. I'm going to let you ask one more question. If you could pick the best one or wind up your statement, whatever
I
you
will
like.
wind it up then. Basically, I want to reiterate what I said at the MCC public hearing. I don't believe this council should be making any decisions that move forward, that brings to the next council that we have to go through this again. I believe this council should put a moratorium on any decisions and ask all of the city managers and their managers to stop all forward progress on any of this kind of expenditure and progress.
Okay, thank you. I have Sabrina Moore and Jane Hale as the next two speakers.
Hello, everyone. Normally, I'm the most passionate person in the room. Tonight, I might actually be the least passionate. So it's great to see everyone coming out. Thank you to council. As many of you know, my name is Sabrina Moore, and I'm a very passionate small business owner in downtown Medicine Hat. I'm here tonight to oppose the proposed transportation master plan. And it's not because I'm against active or healthy lifestyles. I own a fitness facility, so that has nothing to do with it. It's because I oppose a city that burns taxpayer dollars on projects that this community doesn't want. This plan, including the narrowing of already busy and congested streets, will impact traffic flow as well as both commercial and residential access. It might look good in theory, but it doesn't reflect the realities of living in Medicine Hat. We've already seen what happens when roads are narrowed and traffic circles pop up in residential areas. All it's done is create confusion, frustration, and safety concerns. Worse yet, we're the ones paying for it. We are not Europe. We don't have the population density, the infrastructure, or the climate to support a 15-minute city. When it's minus 30 in the winter, most people, with the exception of a few, are not walking or biking to work or school or appointments. Designing our city around a lifestyle that doesn't exist here isn't progress. It's grandstanding with our money and forcing something on us that we've never asked for. Not only is it a flawed concept, it's also financially irresponsible. Notwithstanding the astronomical cost of the project itself, we continue to hire consultants from other cities who do not understand our people or our challenges. Why are we spending taxpayer dollars on planning models that no one asked for and most people don't support? It's supposed to be the greatest good for the greatest number of people. I also believe the city is using taxpayer dollars to promote its own objectives instead of supporting the people who live and work here. Like any well-adjusted woman in her 40s, I listen to a lot of true crime podcasts. Lately, I've been hearing advertisements promoting Medicine Hat's transition to a municipally controlled corporation, something that hasn't even gone to a council vote. That's not public education. That's taxpayer-funded propaganda. The public deserves balanced information and the freedom to make up their own minds, not a one-sided marketing campaign designed to push an internal agenda. So I guess I'm just kind of waiting to see if those pop up for this as well. And while the city has money to run ads for that, I never once heard a podcast advertisement during the years of crippling downtown road construction, encouraging people to shop local or support struggling businesses. When downtown needed help, there was silence. But when the city wants to sell an idea, suddenly there's a media plan and a budget. That kind of selective advocacy is deeply frustrating, and frankly, it's a misuse of public trust. Meanwhile, our residents are struggling. Every single day I see people in our community stretched beyond their limits, working 2 or 3 jobs to keep the lights on. I've seen people trying to trade canned goods for meat or vegetables just to feed their families. Businesses are barely hanging on. The strain in our community is real and it's growing. I'm having a hard time getting behind a city that's focused on narrowing roads while so many of its citizens are worried about food security and rising costs. We can't afford more tax hikes for plans that we don't want. As someone who has already been on the losing end of a flawed process, specifically the removal of downtown parking stalls, I can tell you this isn't theoretical. In that case, the city falsely identified the intersection at 6th Ave and 3rd Street as a high collision zone to justify removing stalls. When that data was proven false, the narrative shifted to ambiguous safety concerns, even though the intersection sat without proper lane markings or crosswalks for months, if not years. Public feedback was ignored, and the project was pushed through anyway. The result, fewer parking stalls, impacted access to businesses, frustrated downtown patrons and business owners, and no accountability. The city often holds public engagement sessions, but I've been to several and can say with confidence, these are often nothing more than box-checking exercises. Decisions feel predetermined regardless of what the community says. That isn't consultation, that's theater. This transportation plan feels like more of the same. It erodes public trust. You're not solving problems, you're creating them, and then you're asking the people of Medicine Hat to pay for it. I urge council to pause, reevaluate, and actually listen, not to consultants, not to the administration with its own agenda, but to the people who live here, work here, and raise their families here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moore. Any questions for her? Go ahead, Councillor Sharps.
Sabrina, get back there. Just quick question.
Yes.
So to me, this transportation non-statutory hearing is so we can hear citizens, because I don't disagree. I heard loud and clear that people do not feel heard in these meetings. What else, in your opinion, could be done?
Well, I think there has to be like more consultation where you can have meaningful communication, because I've gone to those meetings and I've been dismissed, I've been walked away from mid-sentence. So I think we actually have to feel heard. I think that's a major part of it, that we don't feel heard. And I said it in this, I truly feel that agendas and project plans are already made and then we're just supposed to fall in line with it. So going to these public engagement sessions, it's just people pushing, or the city pushing what they want to happen, and we're just supposed to go along with it. So to have that meaningful consultation. And I firmly believe what happened at my intersection, not my intersection, but where my studio is located, that was predetermined a long time ago. Regardless of what facts came forward, it still was paved to go with the direction that it was intended to, right? So
does this work? This coming down and talking to council?
Yeah, but for me, it's a little too late.
I don't disagree.
But yes, to have this opportunity for us to speak, yes, because then we feel heard. Because I know that you receive hundreds of emails probably a week, and how do you actually go through all of them? I don't know, but I think it's really important that and you see it here with the amount of people here.
That's my point.
We want to be heard, yes.
That's my point. So there's been a lot of people saying, well, what's the point of any of this? Well, this is the point of this. We did hear, and we want to see what you have to say. So, well, no, it hasn't been approved yet. Actually, the transportation plan hasn't been approved. So this is the non-statutory hearing. So that is the point of this, is to bring you down to make sure that everybody is heard. I feel like I've been hearing this for a while. I think lots of council have, but sometimes we get piecemeal. We each got different divisions of our life. I've talked to you and other downtown business owners lots, but sometimes I drive the rest of them crazy because I'm always saying the same thing. So to me, these non-statutory hearings are a really good way, but that's my opinion. Hence the reason I'm asking you what else you would do. And if there's anything else, send us an email. Like, honestly. Because I do agree, anybody that's gone to a mingle usually sends me an email after and saying, I have all these questions. So I keep hearing you want to talk to council. You want to get in front of council. If that's not accurate, is it administration? Just, I want people to be very honest about what they're looking for.
I don't want to be bounced around to 9,000 different
Agreed.
people and take months and years. Like for the parking, I think it
Noted.
was about a year and a half.
It was a
that-
little over, actually.
Yeah, a little over a year
So
and a half.
the
and I-
initial conversation started
Yes.
2 years ago for you.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, and just not be dismissed.
Agreed. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sharps. Thank you very much, Ms. Moore, for coming and presenting so passionately today. I have Jane Hale next, followed by Troy Hale. Come on down. There's one registered speaker after that, so if you haven't registered and you want to speak, I'll be calling out for you in just a minute. Ms. Hale, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jane Hale. And thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. I have been a resident of Medicine Hat for 59 years, and I'm not sure how because I'm probably not that old. My parents came to Medicine Hat with a family of 7 young children, where my dad managed the beverage furniture store, which now known as the Beverage Building. So our family has very strong roots here in Medicine Hat, and we care about our community. Today, I came to speak in opposition to the transportation plan, but I have to admit that and I did that because after dealing with Division Avenue, I felt that if the new plan was going to be anything like it, I had to speak up. But after hearing what everyone had to say tonight, I feel like there are so many good points to both sides. And I appreciate everyone listening to those so that we can make the best decision for our community. But while I'm here, like many others have mentioned, what I'm here tonight to talk about mostly is my experience with the process, like many have mentioned. And the process is such an important part of any decision making. I'm here today to share my experience as a concerned citizen who deeply cares about the future of our community and about the process through which we engage with the city. Over the last couple of years, we have made repeated efforts to engage with the city on very important local issues. Unfortunately, many of these experiences have been discouraging and disheartening. We've done our part. We've attended many council meetings. We've gone to every municipal mingle whenever they were announced, and we were hoping to raise pressing community concerns. Instead, we were often felt that we were told these events were not the right venue to have this discussion, and we were advised to go to City Hall and speak to someone there. Right. On some occasions, we were met with turned backs and blatant disregard. We have sent emails, which I have to say is so frustrating, to send an email to council, to admin, and get 1 or 2 back. Just say, I've received your email, I'll look into it. That would be much appreciated. On occasion, when we did receive replies, we were told, don't worry, if that goes through, you'll be able to appeal. And we did. But that appeal process felt more like a formality than a genuine opportunity. We participated in a 4-hour appeal where our arguments, though supported by facts and bylaws, seemed to fall on deaf ears. It was clear decisions had been made before we even spoke. But this is the part I want to emphasize. We are left wondering, why must we wait until something is already approved by council before we're allowed to speak? By that time, money has been invested, plans have been laid, and public input becomes an afterthought. Council has already been briefed by administration, primed only to see the benefits of a project. But when do we, as citizens, have a real voice? In our experience, that chance only arises when it's too late. And when we do speak up, when we express concerns or opposition, we have been made to feel like the problem or the bad guy. But we're not. We're concerned citizens who care deeply about our community and want to contribute to its future. The process as it stands seems designed to support administration's agenda rather than facilitate real dialogue. What actually happens to the ideas we bring to municipal mingles? Sadly, in our experience, nothing. Sorry. There's no transparency, no follow-up, and no meaningful discussion. We sincerely hope this can be changed. We want to be heard. Tonight is a great chance for us to do that, and I am grateful for that. And we want, as citizens, to positively participate. But the question is, how can we make that happen? I respectfully request that our council consider revising the engagement process to allow for more opportunities for public input before decisions are made, and to ensure that the community feedback is truly valued and taken in. I am confident that by working together, we can create a more inclusive and transparent process that will help our community thrive and ensure that all of our voices are heard. Thank you for your time.
I think you get the award for closest to time. You were at 3 seconds. Very impressive. Thank you so much, Ms. Hale. I don't see anyone jumping to ask questions. Oh, sorry, there's 2, sorry. Councillor Hyder would like to say something, and then Councillor Knotel, so if you could hang on. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you, Mrs. Hale, Jane Hale. I couldn't agree with you more. I just need to say this because we're sitting and listening. Communication is vital in any organization, any community, anything, any life, anything, with your children, with your family, with your employee. And we need to be better. We need to be better for us. We need to be better as an organization, and we need to be better for our citizens. So I've learned that from you and your husband, and I appreciate you. So thanks.
Thank you, and we appreciate you and your honesty and talking to us when you were frustrated, and at least we were communicating, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Knotel?
Through the chair to Jane, thank you so much for coming forward tonight and for sharing some suggestions with us to take back and to hopefully make the process better.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. So now I have Troy Hale and then Dar Hine. Hopefully I've got that right. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Troy Hale. You might recognize my last name from the last speaker. We are related. I have lived in Medicine Hat pretty much my entire life. I was born here in 1984. I'm sharing some similar sentiments that have already been shared, but perhaps through a different lens, one that I actually am surprised hasn't been mentioned yet tonight, and that's strong towns. A few years ago, the city paid a pretty good sum of money to partner with strong towns. It's been largely celebrated by city administration and largely ignored by city administration in my observation. When I look at Strong Town's website, they list their values, and there's a few that I just want to bring up tonight. One is incremental change. The second is a bottom-up approach, and the third is being adaptable. When I see a lot of projects put forward by the city, I don't see these approaches in place. I feel like they're top-down. They don't feel incremental, they feel all at once, and they don't feel adaptable until the project is complete, and then we get several hundred people in a room saying, hey, that's not what we wanted. Why didn't you think about us when we started? So it's a lot of acting now and asking for forgiveness later is what it feels like as residents in this city. In November, Mr. Sean Champagne made a public presentation about strong towns at a Pechakucha event at the Esplanade. He spoke specifically about the city's desires and ability to test different road changes. He gave examples with a slideshow showing that, hey, when we want to narrow roads or we want to try new changes in roads, we can put up these temporary pylons or temporary, whatever the things that stick out in the road are that everyone's been upset about. And yet, I haven't seen a single temporary one ever put in this city, or if they have, they just haven't been in roads that I've been driving on. I just see permanent ones showing up. So why are we bragging about the ability and desire to use these permanent ones to test things out and then just moving along and doing it anyway? When we've questioned members of city administration about following Strong Towns values, we did once hear, well, that's actually not what Strong Towns is about. So it seems like we're picking and choosing the parts that we like, and I get it. Maybe there are things that we don't like about certain things, but then why are we partnering with them if we don't actually believe in their values? I do appreciate having experts that work in the city. Every single person in this room is an expert at something. Whether we are residents or whether we are city employees or whether we are elected officials, we all are experts. And this is what we should be doing, is bringing our expertise together so that we can come up with wonderful solutions. I want to finish with, when are we going to do what we say we're going to do? Why did we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to consult with strong towns, brag about it, ignore it, and why do we have to keep learning the same lessons over and over? That the citizens want to have a voice in bringing projects forward in the city. We want incremental change. We want a bottom-up approach, and we want an approach that's adaptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hale, and not a single clapper. Look at you guys go. You're getting late. Your arms are tired. That's what it is. No, thank you so much. That was very helpful, and the different perspective was really helpful. Not that the others weren't, but thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Oh, hold on. Councillor Hyder would like to say something. Sure.
Hi, Troy. Thank you for bringing that forward, because I don't even like, and I'm just speaking for myself here, I don't even like to talk about that term, strong towns. I feel that it seems like so long ago, but it wasn't. And it was uncomfortable for me, from the minute it was talked about. We did support it, we did vote for it, but I can honestly say I didn't know enough about it. Moving forward, learning more about the process of things and understanding my role here, I would not have agreed to that. But when you mentioned that, we were talking, it's funny how when I hear certain terms, you wince, because that is something that will not, if I have any say in my life as a resident here as well, be in my community. I don't believe in it. And it's funny that you brought it up, because the whole time I was like, no one said the S word, and I don't mean something else. So I appreciate you bringing it up, because it has bothered me. So it's something, and I had a question too. Sorry, Ramona. You said Mr. Champagne spoke at a what? Sorry, I didn't hear you there.
Yeah, sorry. It's a weird word, Pechakucha. This is an event that's hosted a few times a year in the community. Most recently at the Esplanade, 3 or 4 times a year, people have a chance to share their stories about anything under the sun. So,
oh, okay. Thank you, Troy.
Yeah, no
thank
problem.
you, and thank you for listening.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thanks for bringing up Pechakucha. Those are really fun events, so
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy many of them. All right, thank you so much. I have Dar Hein. I hope I'm saying that right. Dan, sorry, not Dar. You don't look like a Dar at all. Dan,
Pardon
sorry.
me for my lousy penmanship.
No, it's a little typo here. Go ahead, Dan Hein. I think I got that part right. Thanks.
I was trying to figure out how to present in 90 seconds or less, so I don't know if you want me to try for that.
There's thumbs up behind
So
you
the
to that
TMP
concept. No, you take your 5 minutes.
proposes major changes to our streets, but it does lack a clear electoral mandate. Neither our mayor nor any of you councillors campaigned on any element of this, to my understanding, in the last go-round. We do need a plan that's rooted in what Hatters vote for and express interest and support for. This does feel very rushed with the accelerated June 30th deadline moved up from the fall, and it limits your ability to weigh in on changes that could reshape our city for decades. Calgary's multi-phase consultations were an example that show us we do need more time for meaningful feedback. And many people have belabored and drilled into the aspect of Division Avenue. That is a very, very instructive experience for all of us. And thank you, Troy, for reminding us about that suggestion of the temporary idea of, you know, the elephant ear things and so forth, that would have been a great idea. Like, imagine if division had been changed on a temporary basis so that we could actually experience and gather feedback and scrub it with minimal impact if we weren't happy, and we're not happy. So let's, hang on here, let me keep up with myself. I did want to also just emphasize the notion of reducing lanes. That is not necessary. There are examples, I understand, I haven't ridden bikes there yet, but I understand Kelowna has been hailed as a great example of adding trails and bicycle and multi-mode transportation without taking an inch of vehicle space. And that is what I'm going to suggest that you people look at if you're compelled to say yes or no to this plan before the election. I would strongly urge you to include a proviso that requires that not 1 inch of existing pavement and vehicle capacity be compromised or crowded for several reasons. One reason is respect for the history of the councils that went before you, that weighed and measured and tried to balance competing demands and complaints. And I know there's been a bit of an atmosphere tonight of kind of torches and pitchforks, but you know, you're not the first council to face these types of pressures. And I would encourage you to look at, if you want to do something about today and the future, respect the past. Respect what was built with real taxpayer dollars, and don't break it apart. Don't tear it down. Don't crowd it out. Plan around it. Plan to be additive, not reductive. So I would suggest, if you're forced to make some kind of decision before the next election, that you make that a condition of the plan going forward. You don't need to give up 1 inch of traffic capacity. And one of the functional reasons that I would urge that be important, the thing I want to emphasize here, is emergency response. Emergency response, you know, some of you have been in police and services and different aspects of people in you know, acute need, and minutes and seconds can make a difference. So don't take 1 second away. You don't need to do that. So if you must barrel forward, do it with those conditions and restrictions and restraints. So instead of cutting capacity, expand these lanes and trails along underused routes. And someone earlier talked about, you know, going a block over. I don't know if alleys can be employed. I have no idea. I'm not a municipal planner or an engineer, but I would encourage you to, at the very least, respect the existing capacity and keep it that way. I want to throw in one more. No, I don't. I'm done here.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hine, or as you'll always be known to me, Dar. Councillor Knodel does have a comment or question, or sorry, Councillor Knodel did.
It was answered.
Oh, it was answered.
You
So
answered it.
Councillor Hyder and then Councillor Van Dyke.
Thank you, and through the chair, first of all, don't you have a softball game tonight, sir?
I had a strained Achilles heel, so I begged off.
Just so
Councillor Hyder and I were supposed to be at the slow pitch park tonight.
Senior men's, go. Dan, I appreciate your thoughts very much. You know that you and I talk other than here, but I love the idea of, we have a great city. Let's just build on that, make it strong. And I don't like when people say, well, Kelowna's doing this or Kamloops is doing. We're not those communities. We're not Revelstoke, where my daughter used to live, which was very eclectic and artistic, and they had all these funky little things, but let's build what we have here, make it strong, support each other. But I just had to razz you that you're not at softball and that you'd rather see me and not Todd.
You're not going to tell on me, are you?
No, I won't.
Okay.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hyder. Councillor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Mr. Hine, just one comment I wanted to make from your commentary was that I did actually, in fact, campaign on active transportation. So that was on my website and in questionnaires and in public information that I shared with the community while I was campaigning. So just for clarity, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for clarifying that, Councillor Van Dyke.
I would just say, though, that I don't think anybody would have understood from that there would be any reduction in vehicle capacity. I don't think that's implied. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. The intention was not reduction of vehicles, it's enhancing the ability for other people to travel in ways that they want to that is not vehicles. So it's adding to the system, not necessarily detracting.
Well, I would suggest, just to clarify, that you add with a strict restraint on zero reduction. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hine. Those were all of the people who registered to speak, so if there's anyone who is opposed to the proposed items that is not registered, yeah, just go over to the podium. And if you could just give us your name, please.
Hi, I'm Callista Zeleny. Okay, just want to start out by saying that I have never done public speaking before, so bear with me. A little nervous. Okay, so these are mainly my opinions and points, as well as some points from friends of mine in the same age range as me. I actually wrote this up today. I wasn't going to speak at all, but after arriving, I feel it's important to share my opinions as a young adult. Okay, so FedEx. Last spring, summer, and fall, I had worked for FedEx. We were provided big vans and a time allotment in order to complete the deliveries daily. Not only did narrowing of the roads add precious minutes to the job, it also made it severely dangerous because we had to drive into our lane as well as the oncoming lane just to make the turn where we were going. So now people might lose their jobs because they aren't able to make deliveries in a timely manner. As well, it is extremely dangerous for not only the driver, but the other drivers on the road as well. 3, early this summer, my boyfriend and I were at Swirls and seen a fire truck trying to get through the intersection of Division and 4th Street Southwest. There was a bus adjacent to the fire truck, as well as vehicles lined up behind the bus. The fire truck was not able to turn and get to the emergency situation in a timely manner due to the new narrowing of the roads. The bus then had to reverse, and all the vehicles behind it had to as well, just so the fire truck could get through. This adds a lot of time to the fire truck needing to get to the emergency, and it isn't able to get there in a timely manner when we have to accommodate how we drive in order to get there, especially in emergency situations. What if those extra 2 to 5 minutes allowed the fire to burn the house past repair? What if that extra time waiting for the bus to reverse allowed for the people to get severely injured, where they could have been helped if able to get there quicker? These additions aren't safe, they're wasting valuable time. You mentioned one of the reasons behind putting these road additions in were to help avoid speeding. Well, I have a question. Isn't that part of the police department's job? Isn't that one of the main things they do is make our driving safe and police the drivers? And what about in the winter? Where does the extra snow go when being shoveled off the roads if it's meant for active transport? Also, the roads actually have to be shoveled in order to drive said roads. How are we supposed to avoid accidents during the winter when it's icy? When the turning amount we are given isn't enough to safely react and adjust when we need to? There isn't any wiggle room to hopefully not damage our own vehicles as well as other people's, and most importantly, our physical safety. I don't have anything against active transport. I think it's wonderful. I'm an active person myself who enjoys riding bikes, hiking, walking, etc. But let's keep in mind we also live in Alberta. It isn't like we live in California where year-round we can ride bikes, skateboard, e-bike, longboard, and walk. We live in a city where 80 to 90% of the year is cold, ice, and snow covered. Walking in 40 below isn't attainable for most people, and quite honestly, who would want to? How are we supposed to ride bikes in 2-foot-high snow? Who's going to want to get frostbite just to get to work? Plus, not everyone is able to even afford said clothes to walk outdoors in temperatures we have. Maybe if our climates were warm year-round, it wouldn't be a horrible idea to put tons of pavement out, but but the fact is we don't. It's Alberta. If you go on the Government of Canada website, there is a proposed list of 15-minute cities in the Medicine Hat, and Medicine Hat is number 1 on that list. I'm happy we're willing to make changes to our city, but how about we make ones that are beneficial, not impeding our regular traffic life safety? Let's fix our potholes and let's freshly pave old roads. Why are we using our precious tax dollars in this horrible economy to create an unsafe and impossible driving condition and therefore negatively impact our daily lives? Let's make a plan that equally benefits both active transport and vehicle transport. That is it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm wondering if you could spell your name. We didn't catch all of it in the beginning.
Callista.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's her last name.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry, was that that's your first name is Callista? What's your last name?
Z-E-L-E-N-Y.
Z-E-L-E-N-Y. Got it. Thank you so much. All right. Hi.
Hi, my name is Brandy Kim Craddock, and I'll BRANDY-KIM Craddock, just like how it sounds. I apologize because I did not plan on speaking. One thing, you might want to check your numbers on how many emails you got. I know mine was sent to the municipal department. I'm not included on that list, and it sure isn't in the printout. So those numbers I don't think are very accurate. Secondly, we were talking about safety, and I'm going to skip back a little bit. I'm going to talk to these lovely gentlemen down here who talk that their department deals with safety, because I used to live on Ranchlands Boulevard, and I was one door down from a stop sign on a blind corner, and I contacted the city multiple times and was almost in multiple accidents trying to get out of my driveway or pull off the curb from vehicles running that sign. I took pictures of people. I had communications. I begged for a light, a speed bump, I don't know, a sign, short of wearing a hula skirt, out there to get those people to stop running that sign. The city did zero. So I think there's a lot of places in the city that need to be looked at, and they don't cost near as much money. Secondly, as that young lady pointed out about the 15-minute city thing, if anybody on this council doesn't know what a 15-minute city is, or 20-30, I suggest we get a little more educated, especially seeing our new Prime Minister wants to eliminate all gas-powered vehicles as of 2030. Just that in itself, without all the other stuff. So my spidey sense, as I would refer to it as my children, I have some questions for anybody that claims they don't know what those two things are. So I'll just say two more things. I think a lot of the things that we are hearing tonight, not even the facts, not the words, but the meaning and emotions that are behind it. I think I worked in schools with kids. I was an EA. I was really lucky. I got the one-on-one stuff. So a lot of times when I was in a situation, whether it was a teenager or whether it was a 3-year-old, I had to look at what the heck's really going on here? What is the true problem that is causing the situation to escalate that I got to fix? And I think the problem that you guys might need to go home and reflect on, or have a coffee, a shot of scotch, whatever you need, is trust. I think what you're hearing in what people are saying and in their tone or their posture, not just their words, maybe their speed, their volume, their clapping, their groans, there's no trust. Because we've all individually, at one point or another, had to deal with the city, and we've lost that trust. And it's a relationship, just like a marriage or a friendship. There has to be that trust there. And I think a lot of what you're hearing, other than the facts, you have to look at what's behind that emotion. I am a potter. I can't work right now, so I've taken up a project, a hobby, so that I don't lose my mind. And I enjoy it and I love it. And I get this thing in my head, and I'm really good at building stuff. And I do this project, and all of a sudden it just goes, and it's a big pile of crap. Well, the nice thing about that is I just take my clay and I put it in my reclaim bucket, I wait a week or two, I do a little bit of work, and I get to reuse that. It doesn't cost me a penny to fix that problem. Unfortunately, when the city council makes mistakes like this, or errors, because God, like that looks like a good idea, and then it goes, and this happens, it costs money to fix. And I just gotta say, I'm broke. And I don't know about anybody else in this place, but I am so tired of paying for stuff that I don't want, that nobody asked me for, and there's no more money in the coffers. It's like having a teenager with mom and dad's credit card sometimes, is how it kind of feels. And that's why people are having the passion that they have up here tonight, is we're broke. There's no more money. We're looking at places to move, because this country in general, we're broke. So, but thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Everyone, we really want to get through. We've got people lined up to speak, please. I just want to confirm, sorry, I think I recognize your name. I do have an email from you sent back June 11th. Have you sent one since then, or have I got the right one?
I have one from I think the 11th, and then I also responded on the 25th.
Okay.
So, okay.
Would it be a similar content in both?
Oh, yeah, pretty much. Like,
Okay, all right. No, I just wanted to make sure I've got it. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my
Hello.
name is Denise Yeast. So I did plan on speaking and then got too busy to submit an application and my name wasn't on the list. But yes, my blood is boiling. I had to come up here tonight. I do agree with a lot of people that are opposed to this. So I am an avid walker in the city. How many people here walked or rode their bike? Because when I parked my bike at 610, my bike was the only one locked up to the bike lock. And I hope it's there when I get out. I did 6 errands today. It was my day off. I rode my bike from the Flats to Kingsway, up to Grandview Village, over to Southridge, back to Kingsway, downtown, picked up my groceries at IGA and went back home. Locked my bike up. It was there every time. I am an avid walker, if anybody knows me. So my first question is, for the people who clear the paths, there's 147, 150 kilometers of paths. I walk all the time for decades. 10% of the paths are cleared during the city. They're McCutcheon Drive, which is avidly cleared, the berm from about the Southridge Y into Strathcona, and the path south of Notre Dame School. Other than that, there's very little paths. So if we're going to put more paths, let's clear them. And we already heard on Division Avenue, we plow the snow to that corner, so where's the person going to stand? On top of the snowbank? So not sure how that's safety. Safety. And today on my walk, or on my bike ride for about 2.5 hours, I passed one couple walking up by Starbucks and one kid by the RJ's crossing the street. That is the only pedestrians I pass. So I wish my walking crew could be here tonight to support me, but there's less than 1% people on these paths. Pedaling, biking, walking, wheelchairs, e-bikes, whatever you want to call it. So first off, clear the paths if you're going to make more. Okay? We're catering to 1% of the people, which has already been covered this evening. And how many people know we actually have a path along Kingsway? Does anybody know the name of it? Kingsway Parallel. The big new house up at the end of 11th or 12th Street, that's where the path begins. And it runs completely parallel all the way down to, what street would that be? 3rd Street at the top of the bus terminal. We have a beautiful paved path that runs parallel to Kingsway. We have 4 entrances. 2 entrances from between Pattison Funeral Home. There's a set of stairs that goes up to it. And there's another set of stairs between Days Off and is that the Esso? And 2 entrances from the top. So why are we not putting better signage? Make another entrance or exit from top or bottom and calling that our Kingsway path. It's called the Kingsway Parallel. Why are we reinventing the wheel? Where is our common sense? I agree with everybody that has spoke tonight. The city has no accountability. They do things before we get to the mic or to the meetings. You don't respond. I have had a business for 34 years on Kingsway. I pay people to come and clear our trees in the back alley. I have called for 15 years and I have heard they're not our trees. Well, I don't know whose trees are they? Who owns the back alley? Could you people answer that? I get the trees. Out of my business, I pay people to cut the back alley, bushes, and overhang so vehicles can drive there. Our fire trucks drive there. Our policemen drive there. Our working, taxable, tax-paying citizens drive there. Down Kingsway today, between Spectacular and up, maybe going north 2 blocks, I had to duck twice riding my bike. I went north and south on that path, clear the trees. There is probably 1 block of bushes that are covering 50, 60% of the sidewalk. Why don't you guys maintain what you already have? I do have 2 children that live in Kelowna. One son has been there for 11 years. Why did he move there? He loves the ambiance of skiing and boating and hiking and biking and walking. And we have all the amenities. I walk, I pedal bike, I have an e-bike, I've been on motorbikes, all that. And cars and trucks, everything. It is hard to maneuver. They do have a great system. But again, that works for them. Let's cater to our city. Somebody earlier said there's 1/3 of the people that do not drive. They're too young, or they're too old, or they're not capable. Those people are not going to use these things, these paths. 99% of our people drive a vehicle. I walk in the winter. Anybody here that knows me, I walk, and I have to have a Y membership to walk in the winter at the Southridge Y because the paths are not cleared.
Your 5 minutes is up. Did you want to make one last comment before your?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think everybody else touched on it. I just
Sure.
wanted to know, make everybody aware, we do have Kingsway Parallel.
Sure.
Why are we not using it? Why create another path?
All right, thank you very much. Any questions from council? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your last name. Would you mind spelling it so that we've got it?
Yeast, Y-E-A-S-T.
Okay, that was easy, thank you. All right, next speaker, please. Hello, what's
Hello.
your name, please?
John Johnson.
Okay,
I lived in the area for many years. I didn't actually plan on speaking, so I'm a little bit disorganized here. It'll be a bit of a point form kind of a thing. So I live up in the Southwest Hill, and like a lot of people, I think we're quite surprised at what the result of the Division Avenue was. I did talk to one of the guys in engineering. I'm not sure what his name was, but I might be sitting down there. But I had some discussion as to what the intent of what it was. I was told that we'd have to change infrastructure underneath the road, and I said that's fine. When the road is done, it should be every bit as good or better than what it was before. Now, we got into the discussion of, the lane width is a certain whatever certified lane and the turning radius and all this, but when you take away a park strip along the side, you are effectively removing some of that area that a lot of people use to travel. I invite anybody to go up there. If you haven't been in the area, go sit there and watch city buses, school buses, any long pickup truck pulling an RV or a boat or any kind of utility trailer. There is not adequate room there, and most people, when they turn out, they're going to be crossing the center line. So you talk about listening to the people of the city, and it's one thing to be listened to because that's been brought up several times. It's another completely different thing to actually take the advice and listen and do what the people want. Having a voice to say something is one thing, but if it falls on deaf ears, it's a bit of a waste of time. I've lived in a lot of different places, and I'm a what do you call your active? Bicycle, whatever. I mean, I walk, I bicycle, I've been known to rollerblade. So I've done this in Medicine Hat, Red Deer, Edmonton, Calgary, St. Albert, Kimberley, Vancouver, Oxnard, Portland. I've lived in a lot of different places. And if you want to build more trails, like knock yourself out, but don't do it at the expense of a road. To see what the final product of Division Avenue is, to allow space for what I don't see as being a necessary need, because I've never seen the volume there to justify the change. Infrastructure should change and reflect the demands and the use, not change the infrastructure and then demand a change in the use. Again, this is the people of the city, the people who pay the taxes, that pay for the city employees and pay everything. They should be the end decider of what's going on. Separate routes, maybe. I mean, someone had mentioned the College Avenue or Drive. I know there's a bike lane there, doesn't get used a lot. I have seen cyclists, now this is gonna go both ways. Some motorists don't follow the lane properly. Some cyclists I've seen where they ride next to the line, so their elbow and their knee and half their handlebar is in the driving lane. So the onus on proper driving, proper pedestrian cycling, whatever you have, part of that onus has gotta be on the person doing the activity. Again, police can monitor stuff. I don't think it's up to the city to try and, dictate our behaviors and everything. We're not Finland, we're not Europe, we're not Paris. Again, disorganized here. Some of the terms that come up in some of this stuff is when people say, well, it's sustainable. 30 years ago, I had a relative who was on the county council for Cypress County. Discussion back then involved some of the things about, where do you grow, where do you move, how do you get the plumbing or the sewer, all that kind of stuff. So that made sense. But sustainable development, what they talked about 30 years ago, doesn't seem to be the same beast as what sustainable development is talked about now. It's like they're slipping a different agenda in there. Stakeholders, a term we never used to hear, but that's snuck in there now as somehow somebody along the way that's important, more important than us, but somebody out there who's pulling the strings. What's safe? What's equitable? Equitable is another term we never used to hear, but that's stuck in everything that we're supposed to just go, oh, not sure what it means, but I guess so. Equitable opportunity. As far as I'm concerned, infrastructure is built for freight, for movement of vehicles and traffic. You don't spend millions upon billions of dollars building infrastructure around the country, for bicycles. No offense to cyclists. Like I said, I ride a bike, but build a trail. Build it somewhere else. Don't take up a roadway to do it. Roadway optimization, what does that mean? Is it fair? For who? For what? What are you trying to optimize for? There's been a lot of comments about, the underlying intent is definitely, seems to be against the vehicles. Go here, the bike guy isn't here. I forgot his name, sorry. But I mean, again, he's big into the stats and different things. But again, as people having to monitor themselves, as an example, when I lived in Calgary, I think it happened a couple times where pedestrians were hit by the C train. And this, I don't understand. Tragic as it may be, when people were up there, I says, you know what? The train's been there, left its tracks, you know where it's gonna be. It doesn't swerve, it doesn't move. So people need to be aware. If you're gonna cross the street, pay attention. You don't need these whatever they call them, these bulb out of these curbs. It's ridiculous. I think, people have to have the onus. If you're gonna cross the street, be careful. Motorists, be careful, watch out for them. If you're in a crosswalk, they have the right of way. Which brings me to the signage on Division Avenue there, which I've never seen anywhere. And I've traveled all over Canada and the US, 34 states, 6 provinces, done everything from long-haul freight to oil field, the whole bit. And now to see a sign where the traffic vehicles traveling down that road are now required to yield to the path traffic. So what does that tell any other path people or kids or whatever when they ride across another trail somewhere? Because it's not every intersection there, it's just some of them. So next thing you got kids or people right across the street somewhere on a perceived path, and they're not gonna yield because now they have this feeling of they have the right of way. That is a disaster waiting to happen.
Sorry, you're over your 5 minutes, so if you could just wind up with one more thought, if you've got anything else you'd like to add that you think is very important.
Well, infrastructure needs to change based on demand, and I think if you're gonna listen to people, you need to take their advice.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any Any, no questions? All right, we'll move on to the next speaker. I'm just going to, if everyone can't see a clock, it's 10 after 10. Council sits till 11 unless there's a motion to continue, so just letting everybody know that. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Kennedy Griffin. I would like to touch on the mobility part of things. With reducing cars and being able to get around, I've been on crutches for 6 years, so I'm quite into how it affects myself. And a lot of the roads dip down and then back up when you're walking, and I've tried to use my iWalk, and that is a major tripping hazard, as well as the brick section that was laid out. It actually is really uneven, so you can't even walk on that if you have any, like if you're older, knee problems, those types of things, kind of like bad ankles. And then I do agree with the winter stuff with the snow and making sure there is an adequate amount of removal of the snow so that you're not flooding areas around as it melts, so maybe a diversion path with that. And then again, like with narrowing roads, we get a lot of those divots, so if you hit one, your only really hope is that you have that space in the road so you're not gonna hit another car that's right next to you as well. And then I also like the point of our signage. There is a lot of trees in front of the signs and stuff. So again, yeah, if we could look around the city and clear some of those and people's hedges and stuff, also make visibility really hard, especially for the kids around schools and stuff, especially on the Southwest Hill there and the one. I've seen almost a few kids get hit because of that, so that'd be nice to actually look at and deal with a little bit more. Sorry, there's a lot of ums. And one more thing. So as he was stating, with the yielding to traffic and stuff like that, we have seen people just standing in those yielding sections and not realizing that cars still do just need to go and standing in the middle of roads. So maybe looking at educating people, because yes, pedestrians have right of way, but doesn't mean you just get to cross wherever you want, however you want without looking. And that's a major issue around the entire city. I've had people literally just walk out in front of my car without a second thought in the world. And I'm like, hey, like cars can't just go from 50 to 0 all of a sudden. And even in 40 sections, just the sauntering and not worrying about what's happening around them. So maybe I don't know what we have for availability to educate within schools, but I do know if you educate the kids that they tend to hound mom and dad about doing the right thing if you implement it properly, and I think that would be very helpful as well. So, but mostly the mobility thing would be nice because pathways like large hills and stuff like that, I can't go up hills very well, so maybe more stairs in certain areas where there isn't that as well.
Well, thank you for that. There's lots of great ideas and really good input there. Does anyone have any questions? I think we probably need to hear your first name again. Did we catch that? Kennedy. Oh, we did catch it. I guess it was just me then. So you make a very good point about if you teach kids some things, parents will do it, because how many times during Fire Week are my kids making me check the smoke detector? So good point. Okay, and thank you so much for your time and waiting for us. Thanks. Hello again. You seem familiar somehow.
Yeah.
You've spoken to us before.
Good evening. I have a few questions all tied together. First, does the city know how many people biked on Division Ave in the year before construction started? How many people are using it now? What is the change in usage and what the cost works out to per changed user? At the June 16th meeting regarding Canyon Creek, I believe it was Councillor Van Dyke said if it costs more than $55,000 per person, it's kind of a waste of money. So if we have similar figures on Division Ave, then it's kind of a waste of money, so maybe we shouldn't be doing it. Second, has the city tracked vehicle behavior on Division Ave, specifically noting how many vehicles have been forced to cross over onto the concrete? Since this has damaging effects on vehicles on the concrete, it might be best to know so that way we can address it in future and maybe not narrow the roads down to as narrow as they've been made. Third, while this is promoted as a complete streets initiative seems to have primarily made driving more difficult rather than improving access for all users. Medicine Hat already has an extensive trail network for pedestrians and cyclists. Wouldn't it be more effective and less disruptive to expand that network separately from roads rather than retrofitting existing streets in a way that creates conflict? Fourth, to be honest, the city can get down to -30 and get up to +30 as it was last week. No one wants to bike when you're going to freeze your toes off in 2 seconds. No one wants to bike when you're going to burn alive in 2 seconds. Should we invest heavily in infrastructure that is only usable for like 2 weeks a year fully and provides no financial return? Alternatives like marked bike lanes, shared sidewalks, and the use of delineators might be more cost-effective than putting massive amounts of concrete out. Has the city explored cyclist education or even licensing systems, since we already know that cyclists are becoming more prevalent, but they have lots of poor behaviors, jutting out in the middle of traffic, just biking across the street without looking? So if we could put some of the onus on them, make sure they're trained, we can have safer streets, we can reduce theft, because if we license bikers, we know who owns which bike and can just search it up when it goes missing. And we can provide a small stream of revenue to pay for future infrastructure. Fifth, Medicine Hat is facing ongoing municipal operating deficits. Instead of investing in expensive aesthetic upgrades, let's focus on essential services, fixing potholes, mowing the lawns of the park, and clearing snow. These are the basic services we need. Then if we get a healthy surplus, then we can start addressing a wish list. Until then, we can't have a dessert until we finish our supper. Finally, we are just a 4-month period away from the election. In the interest of transparency and accountability, why not let the citizens vote? The plan is available online, so people can research it, and we could have a simple ballot question like, should the city enact the transportation master plan as drafted? That would give all citizens a voice, not just those who could come here. And worst case scenario, we just come back to planning again, spend $500,000, and maybe get a plan that the citizens actually like. And finally, to ensure the public voice is always heard, as you guys have been looking for suggestions, I recently watched a quick documentary about a failing city in Chicago, around Chicago, and it noted that their city council always would have a public address feature to each council meeting. So every meeting, people have a time to complain about their problems, so that way everyone can feel heard, or just waste time, but.
Interesting idea. Thank you for all of that. I didn't catch your name at the beginning. Sorry, I forgot to ask you.
Caden Knott, N-O-T-T.
Caden Knott.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. There were some questions that Caden asked there, and I don't imagine we've got the answers at our fingertips, but it would be, I think, worthwhile to follow up. There's some questions there that I would like to know the answer to myself. Yes.
Thank you. We will get back to you, and we will reach out and give you the responses. We'll also copy council, make sure they're aware as well, too.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, the lady in green, I've been waiting patiently. Come on down. It's not The Price is Right, but it kind of feels like that at this point. Come on down. You've won a chance to talk to us for 5 minutes. We're listening.
I'm Janice Andries, and I'm a resident of Riverside. And I've only lived there for maybe 15 plus years. But I think it's a really special neighborhood, although I suspect that most neighborhoods would say the same thing, but I really only know about this one really that much. It occurred to me that this one site is a little bit different than some of the other ones, and I could be wrong about that. I already said, fairly myopic in this idea, is that this is Third Street is a main artery that somehow doesn't destroy a neighborhood. that Riverside, whether you're on the north or on the other side, on the north side of Third, or you're on the south, we tend to still see each other as neighbors. And people walk back and forth, and so people that are out visiting me in front of my house can just as easily be from Fourth or Fifth. So although people have said a lot of really good things, and I don't want to repeat them, the only reason I'm standing here is that I would like to approach it from a different point of view. And that point of view is taking a look at what is going to happen if you try to do what you're going to do, because there's going to be repercussions. Now, I've said in my letter to you that a lot of these things are already in place in Riverside. I can hardly stay upright without falling over, and when I go for a bike ride, it's a little bit scary for everyone involved. But I can manage to make it around Riverside, and people aren't and I feel fairly safe in that. People are generally not speeding too much at the time of day that I'm biking, but you see people walking down the streets arm in arm, or people biking, masses of people biking, 2 or 3 abreast if they want to. People are running. This is already in place, and it's not a longer route. If you're coming from the west or you're coming from the east, you're not having to make a longer route in order to use these side streets. And I'm going to make a point here. I'll get around to a point. I know that I'm telling you what you already know, but you know, I live across from the park, and I see people from all over the city, and I mean all kinds of people all over the city, because of course I'm a talker, so you know, I'm looking for an excuse to talk to them. And they're playing, and their little kids are running, and they just love that park. And those little guys, they get away, and sometimes you see mom just chasing them, and they're just reaching out, you know. And a couple times I've seen where vehicles are coming along, and big trucks, because we've had a fair amount of construction, and they just managed to grab them. And I tell you, all of us that are around are yelling. So First Street, let's face it, First Street has its busy times. If you think about it, there is no stop signs on First Street. So people come around on 7th, and you can really get going. Now that the school's not there, and so I'm not trying to say that we're walking, everything is in perfection, but those are very short times. But for the most part, it's a really lovely and safe place. You watch kids, you know, playing with their toys close to the roads. But you know, that's how you notice that noise and traffic really changes, because you can't talk to each other. People just feel like unsafe. Anyway, what I'm saying is that if you control, now I'm not against people traveling a little slower. What I'm saying is that every time we've done this before, where we've had traffic impeded, you have people annoyed, and they are driving like crazy down First Street or Second Street, whichever one that they choose, because they're already a little bit stressed out. You know, rushes happen. And when you're making the plans, I'm not going to tell you that this is not a good plan. What I'm saying is that, how are you planning around the neighborhood to cope with the issues that will happen? You know that if you cut somebody, if they feel like it's slower going one way, they're going to go a different road. I'm sure that other neighborhoods in Medicine Hat feel the same way. And I guess what I'm asking you to do then is, when you make these plans, plan ahead for when somebody is going to try to go around the whole system. Amen.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to make sure that City Clerk has the name. Yep. You have the name. Okay, thank you very much for waiting, and I appreciate you. Hello, welcome.
Hello. My name is Tyler Tokamp, last name Tokamp.
Great.
I wasn't actually planning on speaking, but hearing a lot of people talk and hearing some potentially missed points, I wanted to bring up some. So I think that I am either the second youngest or the youngest person that spoke today. So I think that I speak for younger generations who maybe have children. For example, my sister lives right on 3rd Street. She has a 4-year-old niece. They go for walks every single day. Crossing the streets, it is very difficult for them to cross the street safely if there is cars parked on the side. So I understand the bulge outs or the bump outs, whichever they're called. I do understand that point, but I feel like with how much it has impeded traffic in other places in the city, there are other ways that we could implement a way to cross streets safely without taking away traffic area to either turn or drive down the street safely. A big part of that too, with adding the bulge outs, is it's going to drastically reduce the lane size as well as adding the multi-use pathway on the one side of the road. I think I was looking at the website and I believe they're actually narrowing the roads down to 3.3 meters per direction, which converted to feet, that's 10 feet 9 inches. And nobody has brought up the fact that this is a truck route, specifically on 3rd Street. It's an active truck route, many hours of the day, living on 3rd Street pretty much my whole entire life. We see trucks go by there all of the time. We see the city bus go by there all of the time. City buses are 8.4 feet wide. Semi-trucks are roughly the exact same width. So if you're having 2 vehicles that are traveling constantly in such a narrow space with only about this much room for error on both sides, I don't really see how that's gonna actually be a point of safety for traffic. My recommendation in that point would be, honestly, if you want to slow traffic, you could add a stop sign at major intersections, like for example, the Gas King intersection, because there's a bend in the road. I know it's a high collision area. So adding a 4-way stop sign there would force people to stop and would negate the danger of people merging and crossing at a bend in the road where there is a potential for kind of a blind corner. Because when you're at the Gas King and you want to turn right, the way that the road goes, if there's cars parked there, you can't see if someone's coming. Or if you want to turn left, you can't see if someone's coming. With the multi-use pathway, so instead of reducing the width of the street on 3rd Street, you could have the multi-use pathway on 1st Street instead, because there's already a pathway that goes underneath the Finley Bridge that connects to 1st Street, and then there's no pathway there, and then it comes off of 1st Street again and goes all the way down the river to the highway and past the highway. So if you're gonna add another pathway, why not add it there? Because there's already infrastructure for other pathways there. With the bulge outs, so I understand that that's another safety point with that. You don't have to step out onto the road as a pedestrian. I'm all for that, but one of the reasons why I think that I am kind of pro having the bulge outs is it would drastically reduce the amount of people passing at intersections in the parking lane. The amount of times that I've seen pedestrians almost get hit on those intersections because they're in front of the vehicle and the person decides to pass in the parking lane and they almost get struck from behind that vehicle that they're passing behind. Astronomical. I've seen it more times than I can count. So I understand that would be a major safety point, that it would prevent that, which I don't know if anybody who's in this committee that's designing this knows that that's a problem, but it is a really big problem on Riverside. With people just passing, or they don't want to wait, somebody's turning left, they just rip around. They don't even slow down. Going 50 kilometers an hour, they pull around in the intersection. So to negate that, we could add more crosswalk lights. I feel like that's realistic, more crosswalks in general, actual marked crosswalks. I mean, I know that the one that's down there right now, the crosswalk light, I can't remember which avenue it's on, I think it's 3rd. It's there because somebody got hit and sued the city. So we only put one there because something already happened. So I understand you're trying to negate that right now, But why not just put more of it if it works, instead of changing the whole entire dynamic of the neighborhood? I know I'm out
So
of
you've,
time here.
you've just hit 5 minutes. If you could end with your final point?
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. How much tax money is going into this? I feel like it's extremely excessive for the consulting and the design and the cost of all of the infrastructure that it's gonna take. I feel like it's kind of a misuse with no input from the public. But the last thing that I want to say as my point is that I think a lot of the people that have brought their frustration, and I can tell that some of you are probably frustrated with how many people have come up here saying, you never listen to us, you never listen to us, you never listen to us. That's built up over years and years and years. So I want to say that I really, really, really appreciate that you guys have willingly come out and actually chose to listen to the people of this city. I really, really appreciate that. I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yeah.
Tokup, for that. We'll take the one kudo we're going to get today, and we'll run with it. We will run with it. But thank you very much for your
Of course.
ideas and your experience in Riverside.
No questions?
Oh, we do, Councillor Knodel.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins, through the chair. So I don't, it's not per se a question, it's just something that hasn't been brought up yet. So many of these proposed trails are happening at places where the infrastructure beneath the road needs to be repaired. So it's not just that they want to create a new path for no reason, and
Right.
so it's the city's intention is to do it all at once.
Okay.
So that we're not creating a path and then going 5 years later, oh crap, all the infrastructure below the road, it needs to be fixed now, and then digging up the path and digging. So that's the point of these two proposed locations.
Right.
Just to make that
Okay.
clear. Yeah.
Yep, I appreciate your clarification on that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we have, can you just, if you're going to speak, can you just raise your hand? We've got two in the back. Are you going to speak? You're not sure? Okay. You don't have to. I'm not pressuring you one way or the other, but you've been sitting there, so I wondered if you were in line. So go ahead, please.
Ernie Van Ostenbrug. I've been a resident of Medicine Hat for about 60 years, and pretty much everything I wanted to ask has been asked already, other than Division Avenue. What was the budget for that train wreck? And did we actually hit budget?
City Manager?
Through the chair, the budget for Division Avenue was 6.25 million, shared with 3 city departments.
Can you just tell us who the 3 city departments are? Because we only see what's on the surface, so.
No, for sure, it was Municipal Works, UDS for the gas line, and Environmental Utilities. So we look for synergies in that project, like Councillor Knodel said.
Okay.
So that was the budget?
That was the budget, and we are currently finishing off and looking to come in under budget on that project.
Okay, thank you very much. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you so much for waiting to ask it.
Can I just, through the
Yes,
chair?
sorry, Councillor Hirsch, go ahead.
I think it's important, and I can't recall the budget either, but I think people have to understand that wasn't just for the road. It was the infrastructure underneath, pipes that were old, that sort of thing. Whether I was for the current iteration is regardless. I think just for people to understand, there was way more dollars that you don't see underground, that was pipes and stuff. So it sounds big, but it's, when you put all those little pipes together, that adds to a big bill.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just looking at the city staff to see if one of them would like to answer that question as well.
Through the chair, yes, Riverside, portions of it are water and sanitary as well.
So the same, the surface, the water, the sanitary, not on the whole road, but portions.
Not the entire length, but portions of it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So what's the timeline? Year, 2 years?
The project is not fully designed. As I said, we're still getting feedback on that project, and then like this feedback and then other feedback, of course.
Through the chair, yes, we just showed the conceptual design in May, so we're working through design right now.
All right, thank you. All right, please, thanks for
Hi,
waiting.
My name is Tom DeWalt. I'm here to oppose this whole transportation master plan. The reason is that we're talking about impeding traffic. So that, we talk about the environment so often. So by impeding traffic, you're causing people in vehicles to be in their vehicles longer, with them running longer, putting more pollutants in the air to accommodate less than 1% of the population. At what expense? There was $400,000 set aside many years ago to synchronize the lights from Northlands Way up to the lights at Home Depot and Canadian Tire. Well, you travel that path going over the overpass, if you hit 2 consecutive green lights, you're lucky if that happens 5% of the time, which is a huge environmental issue. Another thing is that we talk about the snow clearing on Division Avenue piling up where the alternative transportation people are supposed to be. Where do they go now? Do they go on the road because it's full of snow? It's crazy. And you're talking about people having a bike and scooter and e-bikes and all this electric stuff. Where do I sign up to get my free e-bike? Seeing as you guys are pushing this agenda. There's lots of people that are not capable of pedaling a bike. Many of us. Look at all the hills in this city. This is nonsense to spend time doing a plan like this without engaging the community before a bunch of money is spent. It's time that you council people understand that you're here to look after our needs, not for us to follow your pet projects. I encourage you all to look on the website, shelaw.ca, and look at the document POG Primer, to where it explains that councils are supposed to be following the will of the people, for the people, by the people. This isn't happening in this city, and it's a shame, but it's coming. I can guarantee it.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Winkler. Councillor Knodel, you mentioned about while doing the Riverside upgrade that the infrastructure underneath would be updated, and I thought that too from reading the document that was put out. However, at the open house at the Big Marble Center, the city staff said that the infrastructure, in fact, was not going to be changed under the roadway. And now there are some portions, so I'm wondering what portions will remain to possibly be dug up in 5 years when that infrastructure has reached the end of its life. And again, at what cost then?
Sure, thank you. We'll ask city staff to answer the question if you're able to at this time.
Yeah, I'm through the chair. I'll do my best. The project still is in the very early stages, so we still are sorting out what infrastructure will need to be replaced underground. Can confirm that storm infrastructure, because that is our department, will be taken care of. We are working with Environment Utilities, UDS, to try to find synergies on what they will be doing. The goal is to do as much as we can down there that is at the end of its life cycle.
Right, right. It would just seem wasteful to do some of it now and then more in 5 years.
And that is something we don't want to do. We don't want to throw away money
Right.
when we don't need to.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your question and thanks for the answer. Yeah, come on down.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is David Sargent, and I have nothing against these bike lanes. I lived in Grand Prairie for 7 years. Every day I worked, I pedaled my bicycle, summer, winter, snow, rain, hail, sleet, every day of the year. And we didn't have bike lanes, we shared it with the road, with all traffic. The only time it got scary was when the bingo hall got emptied and I was on my way home. Little old ladies have all night to play bingo, but I'll tell you, they give themselves 30 seconds to get home. But anyway, what I would like to say, because I'm all for these bikes, like fly at her, but please don't impede the traffic. What I would like city council to do is concentrate on the basics, get the spending under control, as it's been noted already, that citizens don't have the funds that they had before. It's brutal. The next question I have is, when are they gonna remove those bulb outs on the southeast hill on Division Avenue? I would like, when are they gonna fix that disaster? Like, it needs to be fixed. It's a hazard. It's more of a hazard than a help. I don't care how you cut the pie. It's a hazard.
I don't think there's an answer to that question at this time, but we're certainly taking lots of feedback about Division Avenue today and in other ways. So thank you for bringing it up. Anything else you want to add? You have more time.
Well, one other thing is I spent most of my life dealing with engineers, and I found out that they believe they're too smart for one person, but you can't quite squeeze two out of them.
Well, it's better than a lawyer joke, maybe. Get a lot of those. All right, I believe you are our last speaker, so.
Okay, I just have a real quick question.
Sure.
Is there a chance where we can get a breakdown of what it actually costs to do the bike paths and the sidewalks versus the pipes on Division Avenue?
The city manager is nodding at me and saying that is possible, but I will let her answer the question through her nodding.
Go ahead, Stan.
Through the chair, we do have those numbers, we just don't have them right now. We could provide that information though.
Okay, that's great. Did you want to tell us an email address or something, or pass that along so we can?
Well, can you post it on your website so everyone knows that breakdown?
Yeah, there was an answer to there were some questions that weren't unanswered yet, and so yes, we will definitely make sure that happens, if that's okay.
And you know, I just got to say this. The city council here, you guys are taking a lot of flack over this, but I just kind of wonder if it's more of a city management problem than it is a councilor problem. So just pointing that out. Thank you.
Sorry, we didn't catch your name, and we need to write it down for the record. Sorry, I should have asked.
Kathy Walker.
Kathy Walker. All right, thank you, Kathy. All right. Now, okay. Whew. Is there anyone online? Oh, no one's raised their hand online. So now that's the end of the submissions against, and I'm just going to call for any final submissions from anyone in the gallery or online who feels they have not been heard, had the opportunity to fully participate in this non-statutory public hearing. Looks like you're all content either with what you heard or what you said, so thank you all for that. And so, any outstanding questions of administration from council? Yes, please. Councillor Hirsch.
I didn't want to interject on any of the speakers, but I know in my municipal planning days, any development kind of, which had roads, et cetera, went through TCC. I guess, I'm sorry, Technical Coordination Committee, so that I think people that get affected within the city in terms of garbage or police or whatever. But I guess my question is, you know, I'm hearing conversations about Division Avenue and the tight turn, et cetera. So was this ran through TCC? What was the feedback? When I hear that there's been fire trucks that can't make the turn, like I'm just at a loss. I got to admit that it's tight for my viewpoint as well.
Through the chair to Councillor Hirsch. All these projects do run through TCC. I don't have the specific responses from TCC because this would have ran through 2023 or 22 when it initially ran through. It can be provided through city manager if wanted.
Did you want to ask for that to be provided, Councillor Hirsch?
I do, actually. I think, you know, in this, I just would like, I think that's helpful for us for me to certainly understand and maybe for the rest of council, but thanks.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a quick question, again, it's probably division. I've never really hid my feeling on it. But I was careful because I know that a lot of work went in, and it could just be me that didn't like it, so who cares? But there seems to be quite an upheaval. One of the questions that I consistently run into across the community is Why did this council approve this? And this council didn't technically, it was in the last plan and it went through stages. So how are we going to make sure that it's in front of the council of the day and then they can have these conversations before it blows up?
Through the chair, Division Avenue was introduced to council conceptual drawing. I think it was in June of 2023. And then we entered into the stakeholder and public engagement after that.
And then if I'm correct, Acting Managing Director, it went straight to construction. So is there, you're right, it did come, but it was meant to go, in my understanding, it goes back to municipal mingles, it goes back through TCC, and it should come back to give us feedback on what everybody said at all the municipal mingles, what are we hearing? And I don't find that loop was closed. Because, I mean, we heard about it, but after the construction, right? Or after we drove up on it. So how do we close that loop a little bit better?
Through the chair, I believe we would put in an additional sharing with council at different stages.
Yes, City Manager Mitchell?
Oh,
Sorry, Councilor Sharps.
No, that's all right. Go ahead. I can
I think
jump
she's
in.
going to answer your question, but if you have
Yeah,
another one, go ahead.
thanks. Through the chair, one of the things too that we've really tried to change with the Council Committee of the Wholes is these kind of large, bigger projects that are happening, because what was happening before is they would be on council agendas and they would be so full, like look at tonight, we're already running out of time and we had a light agenda. So what we were doing with these larger projects is using the Council Committee of the Wholes to do them. So one of the things we need to do when we're doing budget as well too, is make sure Council of the Day, even though those projects have been pre-approved in my opinion, the Council of the Day still should be having overview of those larger capital projects through the 2-year budget process. And this is something that Jillian and I are looking at for the next iteration and making sure that's clear when we go through council orientation too.
That would be great. I find that in the process, Division Avenue was approved by council because of the infrastructure underneath the road. So when we got back to design, and I think you guys heard it in the municipal mingles, you heard it on the thing, I think it all needs to come back here so everybody around this table is very clear on what we heard, and it's not just one counselor saying one thing and, you know, not anything till after, because it's coming back on you, but they should be council decisions. So if we're gonna decide them, or if we're gonna be held accountable to them, I sure would like to have more data before I make that decision. So just some feedback. I will say that once council's talking, if they have, or talking about this, sorry, that sounded rude, I do have a business arising that we could talk about, just about communication and engagement that might just set this on the right track, but I'll wait till everybody's done.
Yeah, Councilor McGraw, I'm just going to say, I have to do one motion on the, or get someone to do a motion for the consent agenda because I missed that line. And so it is coming up on 11 o'clock. So I'm hopeful we can close this public hearing. So I'll just with that timeline in mind, we have at least two things we need to do before 11, or someone needs to make a motion to proceed past 11. So, sorry, go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess, as a follow-up to what Councilor Sharp said, I do think we were informed about the topical view of the area of the project very well. There was, I think, a 3D dimensional kind of a drawing, and it looked wonderful. It really did. So I don't know that we understood the ramifications of those I didn't. The narrowing of the streets, I didn't realize that the streets would be narrowed as much as they were, that the other pieces. So I can't, this is not, I guess what I'm trying to, this is not all on staff shoulders. This is like I feel that I got the information, but I didn't comprehend some of the issues that all of you have raised tonight. And, you know, like everyone else, I drive down there now too, and I go, ooh, what could we have done different? And I think we've heard it loud and clear. And some things, you know, it's like, you know, once you shoot a bullet out of a gun, it's not very reversible, but we sure can learn from, I guess, the lessons that we've picked up from that experience, and then the feedback that we've gotten tonight. So I just want to take some of the culpability for where Division Avenue went.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor McGrogan. So this non-statutory, seeing no further speakers, this non-statutory public hearing is concluded. No further submissions will be accepted beyond the ones that we've indicated we would add to the record. And so I'll call for a motion at this time to close the public hearing.
Can I ask one thing real quick? Isn't that literally your job, is to know what you're approving before you approve it?
Thank you. We're closing the public hearing now.
Yeah, but you're right.
Could I call for a motion
So
to
moved.
close? Thank you very much,
I'll
Councillor.
second that.
Second. Let's vote, please. Councillor Hyder, we're missing you. All right. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Could we go back then to the consent agenda, which is 9?
I move that council adopts the consent agenda items as presented or as amended.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you very much. Any commentary about that? All right, let's vote on that motion then. All right, and that passes. So it is 10:49. We do have a number of items, and so I'm just going to ask City Manager, with respect to anything on the agenda that you think is time sensitive, that if we didn't deal with it today, it would cause difficulties.
Thank you, and through the chair, the only thing is, I do think Councillor Dumanowski has a notice of motion. Councillor McGrogan had 2 questions. I can answer them really quickly, and then we can move on if that's acceptable to everybody. One was about the expenses for the staff coming back in Q2. That did go through audit committee. It will be coming forward on the 21st of July at that council meeting. Correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
Just one small correction, it went through Corporate Services
Sorry.
Committee.
Corporate Services,
But
sorry.
we're coming at the next meeting.
And then the second one was the transformer issue, and I believe Travis can speak to that very quickly.
Yeah, we had brought that one back through the May 5th council meeting. My recollection from that is that any asks from that information item would be brought back through Energy, Land, and Environment Committee.
If I could, I guess, I've been wrapped up in both my, I guess, requests into one. And
Yes.
I don't object, but I would like to make some commentary, if that's all right.
Sure.
Sure means I'm
Briefly.
fine. I just want to give a little history here. The reason, in the first place, the notice of motion with request for the publishing of senior expenses, that was initiated on March the 3rd, and it was basically, the motion was quite clear that it was to come back to council by the end of June. So the reason that I put this forward is that it hadn't. It did go to Corporate Services Committee, which wasn't part of the motion, which is fine if it can be dealt with there, and that wasn't dealt with on the agenda until June the 12th. And it was dealt with in a closed agenda, so I think I wanted the community to know that it's not forgotten, that it was being worked on, that there was a report back to the community and council. It was expected by the end of June or this first meeting, and it was done, so I'm appreciative of that. And basically, I guess one of the things that I was hoping would be explained, and I was going to ask, is if this is a public motion, why was the matter discussed in corporate committee in a closed session versus open?
Yeah,
So if I could put that question out there.
Absolutely, through the chair to Councillor McGrogan. The official motion was passed April 7th, and so we looked at a time frame of gathering the first time of running this report from January to the end of April. We were also just going through the last motions of preparing the year-end report for audit committee. So that was a focus for the financial staff. With limited resources, we looked at running that report from January to April. We had also heard loud and clear from council a couple of times. Councilors were raising the motion of why things weren't going through committee and were going straight from a motion straight back to council. And so we were mindful of running something like this through Corporate Services Committee. So we ran through admin committee to Corporate Services Committee or vice versa. And then the reason it was discussed in closed session is because of how some of the data comes out. We had a discussion about the integrity of the information being as raw as possible, so no one was manipulating or removing any words in it, but still holding the concern of what the raw data may be interpreted as. So we had a discussion in closed session instead of open session to talk about potential of summarizing the data to not put any employees at any risk for misunderstanding. Our intention is to bring a report to closed council to further explain what that looks like. And then Corporate Services Committee was discussing a recommendation around potentially moving it to flow through Audit Committee as an annual audit. Because what's really important to highlight, and sometimes isn't well understood by the public, is the employee expense policy and the approval process that the city maintains as managers and supervisors and directors and such, and managing directors approve expenses, is a little bit different than how council's process happens for approving expenses. And so we wanted to be mindful that within approved budget by council and with the authority of that spend, we were still honoring staff's ability to get their work done within some of those pieces. And I think the better intention of that motion is to discuss how we want to ensure that staff are following policy and procedure and maintaining within budget. So that's the intention of coming to closed and then also coming to open on July 17th to be 21st. No, there's no meeting on the 17th.
Thank you. So this will come back on the 21st of July with a outcome.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharps, do you have something?
Yes, I will make it quick. I will say that I need a business arising on the next agenda, please, because I didn't get to make my motion. I won't make it because we have to get through. But I'll need another business arising notation for July 21st for Andy's next comment. I did have a quick thing to say. I agree with your comment about going through committee, but that was me that had said it because things were bypassing committee. So things that were said at the council table, my understanding comes back to the council table. Is that accurate or no?
It is, and eventually is going to come back to council, but
Okay.
the first time ever running this report, we ran it through committee.
Okay.
Also in trying to make sure we're listening to council's concern about
Right, but
the
I think
proper
we normally
process.
say and defer it back to committee, because otherwise it comes back to council. So I would like some consistency. Maybe we can talk about that at the next meeting, but I know there's lots of times where I've been asked to send something back through committee versus back to council. So it needs to be whatever council's direction is, and I would like to see that going forward. So I will have a business arising from that as well next week, but I will shut up right now.
Thank you. The city clerk advises me there's one matter that the assessment review board, if we don't make a decision today, will not have quorum to be able to continue. So I would like, if someone wants to make a motion on 10.2.
Yes, I will make that motion. That is, where are we here? Sorry, I just had it. I move that council approve the appointment of Mr. Don Knutson as a member of the Assessment Review Board with the appointment commencing on July 8th, so tomorrow, 2025.
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that carries. We have 3 minutes left if Councillor Dumanowski wants to make a motion.
Just, I was in the middle of my two responses, if I may.
Oh.
So I just wanted to, because
Sorry.
I was, there's two things that came up, and again, I'll be very brief. The transformer notice of motion And so I appreciate the response. So basically, the reason that I brought this forward is it was brought to council on the 3rd of February. It was approved on the 21st of February. And it did go to Land and Energy, and there was kind of a dangling kind of how this was going to end. And by no fault of anybody. So I got clarity that you know, we are going to have, this was going to come back to council as a whole. So that's why I brought it up, and I thank you for your reply.
I'd like to make a motion to extend until 10:10 or 11:10.
I would second that. I was going to say until we're done our business, but we're just pigeonholing ourselves a second time.
I'll second. I don't know if Robert did or not.
So the motion, I'm sorry, is to continue to 11:10, and
I
at
can
that
make
point,
an
everything else
amendment.
would go to the next meeting.
Can we make it like 11:20, just so we have time?
We can finish our business. Why don't we just make it until we finish our business?
Well,
No,
we can discuss, well, let's go with, I mean, if there's a amendment to, we have a motion, so if there's an amendment to the motion, we can deal with the amendment, and then.
No,
we can
I'm
do the
having
motion.
11:10.
Okay, let's stay 11:10.
11:10. All right. And my understanding of the bylaw that we have in these processes, this must be unanimous. The vote must be unanimous or does not continue to 11. Am I right about that, City Clerk? I believe it has to be unanimous. Anyway, let's vote, and then if it's not, we can argue about it. Okay. All right, you can stop looking that up. Go ahead, Councillor Dumanowski. I think you want to deal with your, again, time-sensitive matter.
Well, there are a couple of them. Yeah, are we on 10-1? Is that correct? Okay. So I have noticed a motion that I had indicated last council meeting. This is a simplified version, which I think speaks for itself. So be it resolved that council directs administration report back to council with options for council's consideration that would accomplish the following objectives. 1, to restrict development at 1064 First Street Southwest, known as the property, to single-family residential use only. And 2, to limit development on the property to a maximum of 2 stories or a maximum building height of 10.5 meters from grade level, whichever is less.
Second that.
And if I could just, I think,
Go ahead.
through the chair, I think most of us are familiar with the property, and certainly the intention of the motion could be amended. I expect there would be an amending motion to that effect. Since my notice, there have been different communications or collaborations, I guess, that I think add additional flexibility, but still create some level of conformity that the neighborhood would be more willing to deal with or accept. And so I'll stick with that for now in case others have comments or someone would like to make an amendment.
Councillor McGrogan?
Yeah, thank you. So my only objection to this I just don't, I think we're being too restrictive to say single-family residential only. I agree with the height restrictions, most definitely, but I don't see any reason why we couldn't entertain duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes along there, so that would be an R2, I guess, I'm not really sure. But the rest of the motion actually works, I think, very well for everybody's needs that I'm aware of. So I won't support it unless it's amended to single family to a R2, or I don't know the definition for sure of an R2, but I think it would be, there's no definition. So I guess that to be restricted to no greater than, I guess, I hate doing things off the fly like this, a fourplex or, no, and with the other pieces in place. So I would say development restricted to no greater than fourplex facilities. That doesn't really.
And we leave the height the way it is, correct?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Did you make an amending motion, Councillor McGrogan? Do you wish to?
Through that chatter, I think I was attempting to do that, just making a motion to change that from single-family to multifamily, no greater than whatever a fourplex zoning would be. And the other parts, I think, are fine the way they are.
I'll second that amendment.
I see that we need some help with what you said after no greater than.
Well, I think I'd depend on hopefully a staff member to kind of let me know what zoning wording would be most applicable. I wouldn't want to, again, further restrict, I guess, development, and at the same time want to keep the neighborhood safe and whole, I guess. I don't know what the right term is.
City Manager Mitchell, did you have a thought about who would be the right staff member to assist in that?
Yes, I do. I think, I'm not going to put Stan under the microscope here, but one thing we did talk about is I want to make sure that the motion isn't too prescriptive for staff, because we want to make sure that we have the ability to come back with options. So I'm not telling you how to do your motion, but I'm just saying that perhaps if it gives us some room to come back and say, here are the options, because what you're doing with this notice of motion is directing us, and we understand the direction, we understand the height restrictions. So I'm just asking, so it's not overly prescriptive, so we can come back and say, our recommendation is this and here's why. So I want to make sure that it's not too prescriptive. That's my only thing. I don't have any planners in the room, but Stan, if you have any pearls, I'd be happy.
Through the chair, just looking at the land use bylaw under residential districts, it includes low-density residential district and medium-density residential district. That's all I know.
Councillor Knodel?
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Is it necessary for us to define the number of units if there's a height defined? Like, could we say to you, we don't want it taller than a particular, the maximum building height of 10.5 meters with flexibility to the number of units? Is that acceptable?
Can I? Okay, thanks. Through the chair, yes, and I think that's what I mean by not too prescriptive, as long as council makes it clear this is the height restriction, and then we can come back and say this is our recommendation.
Follow up, if you're okay with it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Following this particular parcel of land, my thought the whole time has been, we need more housing, right? I don't want to see it become a singular property. I would like to see their flexibility. If there's a developer that wants to come in and have several units, to me, that's a win. And I understand there's concerns about height, and I respect that. But I deeply feel like if we can accommodate more units, to me, that would be more in alignment with my values. Thank you.
Councillor Sharps?
Yeah, I'm just going to weigh in. I like the motion the way it is, and only because I think the options are still there for administration to come back. You can always come back and say, we suggest you change this, right? So I guess I kind of like it the way it is. You can always come back. I wish we would be more prescriptive, because that way at least we're zoned in, and you can always tell us that we're too, like, you need more flexibility. But based on the public hearing today, I think it's a pretty good scope that we do need to be more prescriptive, because otherwise we have this kind of misunderstanding throughout the entire thing. So my preference is to just leave as is. You guys can come back and tell us what does or does not work, and we can go from there. But this way, the residents in that area have some safety knowing where we're moving forward on this and what council's direction is, in my opinion.
Councillor Hirsch?
So I'll just kind of go back to my MPC days, because my head's starting to spin. So I appreciate that we're trying to be prescriptive here. My suggestion would be we actually state that this should be considered medium density, and if you just do a quick search, it does, MD does refer to a type of zoning district that allows for a variety of housing types, including single-family, duplexes, townhouses, and multifamily dwellings with a moderate level of development intensity. And why I'm somewhat okay with this, but then there's a couple caveats. Parking, also certainly height, we know about that. But I think it's important for us to get this motion right in actually how we prescribe what that means from a zoning perspective. Just saying, you know, let's just have it single family and not up to 4. It actually opens up a bit of a Pandora's box of what that could be. So I think if we say we're comfortable with it being medium density, I'm comfortable with that. But again, there's other considerations in terms of parking. Why I'm okay with that, quite frankly, is that stretch of land is on our arterial. I've always been pretty adamant that individuals that live on arterials, you know, mostly time they look for rentals to catch the bus, to get to work, et cetera. I don't want them tucked into deep developments that buses don't go. And I think the density on that particular arterial road would make sense, but again, there's some parking, there's other things that I have to consider. So I'm okay with the support of it, but if we can make sure the language reflects the proper zoning. Thanks.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Through the chair, I'm okay with that as well. I mean, I made my motion. I kind of agree with Councillor Sharps. I think leaving it and then having staff come back would achieve both ends. What's most important is the conversation here and what's on public record. We'll use the term medium density, but we're saying multifamily to a height restriction, 4-plex down. We knew this was going to be on here tonight, so the fact there's no planner is not the fault of council. So whatever achieves that end is what I think we're trying to accomplish tonight.
Thank you. So we have a motion, an amending motion to the original motion that we need to vote on if there's no more discussion. And then, and we are at time, well, we'll do this vote and then we'll be at time. Yeah. All right, it is now 11:10. Would anyone like to make a motion to extend the meeting? It only has to be my majority. I was wrong. It doesn't have to be.
I'll make that
unanimous.
motion. Do we have one item left? Or what are we doing?
Yes, there's one
I mean,
item.
we have a lot of mine, but I'll just go away.
We have one time-sensitive item.
I'm
remaining.
I'll second.
And we won't put a time on it, just say until that item is complete. Is that reasonable? All right, so we'll vote on. All right, so now we just need to go back. We had, the amending motion has been approved, so we have, that item is closed, City Clerk. We don't have to do anything else. Okay. Now we can move on to another motion. Yeah, I felt that we were, that's why I was just checking here. We voted on the amendment, and now we should vote on the, so we all agreed to amend it, and now the motion as amended. So we'll do that vote. So everyone knows what we're voting about? I don't need to repeat, okay. All right. All right, that passes unanimously, and now we can move to our last motion, second last motion of the day.
So through the chair, staff had brought forward a motion for ratification, so I'll read it. The collective agreement between the City of Medicine Hat and Local 254 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, specifically electric generation and water treatment plants. It expired on December 31st, 2023. As a result of good faith efforts made to renew the agreement, I move the memorandum of agreement that is reached between the parties concerning a collective agreement for the term of January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2027, and providing inter alia for the following general wage adjustments is hereby approved and ratified. 3% effective January 1st, 2024, 3% effective January 1st, 2025, 3% effective January 1st, 2026, and 3% effective January 1st, 2027.
Is there a seconder to the
I'll
motion?
second that.
Thank you, Councillor Hyder. Is there any, yes, go ahead, City Manager.
Thank you. Through the chair, we did need some clarification and discussion on the FCSS decision as well, too. Or are we postponing that? Yeah.
Councillor Hirsch?
I just have to quickly state that I object to kind of fast forwarding on everything like this. This is an important item as well. Just for the public, we talk about communication and transparency. There's been lots of discussion, mediation, great work that's been done by staff to get us to this point. I don't want people to think that this is just a knee-jerk, that we just accept it as it was. A lot of great heavy lifting that was done, concessions and back and forth, so I am going to support it. But again, I think it's something that we need to tell the tale. Thanks.
Yes, thank you for that, Councillor Hirsch. I was going to say that one important item is that this agreement expired before January 1st, 2024, so there's been a considerable amount of effort, both by union representatives and our staff to come to a conclusion. And because it involved negotiation, we had received briefings throughout, and ultimately when they reached an agreement, that's when we need to bring it to open council. So yes, thank you for emphasizing that. It's important to know that this was not something just thrown at us. We're aware of the entire process. So anyone else want to discuss any part of this motion? All right, seeing no further speakers or comments, let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. I don't see the same urgency to the other matters on the agenda that existed in the ones that we have dealt with, and we're all tired isn't quite the right word for what we are right now, but pretty intellectually spent, and I, for one, don't wish to make decisions in that state. So unless somebody else wants to make a motion to extend this meeting and deal with the things, they will go to the next, as per our procedure by law, to the next regularly scheduled council meeting. And seeing no objections to this, the regular city council meeting is adjourned at 11:14. Thank you.